Podcasting from Yosemite National Park on this very hot July 9th, 2008. This is Yosemite Voices.
Okay, a long time ago, when the earth was filled with water, there was a raft.
Oh, get on that. The waxwings are going off. Look at the fly catching. We got to check this out.
She mostly recalled one soldier as she repeatedly said, "The man with the red shirt, the man with the red shirt."
Yosemite Voices is a series of audio podcasts intended to provide insights into the natural and cultural history and management of Yosemite National Park. We also explore the lives and lifestyles of the people who live and work here. Hello, I'm Ranger Bob Roney. Welcome to Yosemite National Park's first audio podcast. It's called Yosemite Voices because that's what you'll hear, voices from Yosemite. What I have in mind for this series is to introduce you to some of the people I work with, as well as to bring you some stories about what's going on here in the park. Some stories may be about behind-the-scenes activities. Other stories may be well known, but you'll hear them from more of an insider's perspective. I also hope that you'll get to know some of the people who care for your park a little better. Over time, you'll get to know me too, but here are some of the basics. I grew up in Southern California, fell in love with Yosemite when I was 18, and have been working here ever since. That's more than 40 years. Even though my family had a television set, I really loved to listen to the old radio shows that were still being broadcast in the mid-1950s, and that love of sound remains with me today. In fact, that's one of the reasons that I'm producing these audio podcasts. And speaking of sound, that's what our first episode is going to be about. The landscape of sound in wild places like Yosemite. Most people don't pay much attention to the sounds here in Yosemite. The visual scene is so big and exciting. But the National Park Service has recently begun to pay attention to our acoustical resources as much as we've been paying other resources like water and air. Earlier this spring, I spoke with Dr. Kurt Fistrup. He's the Senior Acoustic Specialist with the National Park Service's Natural Sounds Program based in Fort Collins, Colorado. But he works with parks all over the country, including Yosemite. The segment begins as I describe an early experience I had away from the busyness of the suburbs. I remember as a child going to the mountains and getting out of the car and my dad saying, "Listen, it's just so quiet, you can't hear anything." And you can't. And then all of a sudden, at some point, you start hearing like the gravel under your feet, which you never would hear your footsteps in the city. And then you hear a bird off in the distance and a cricket and then frogs. And pretty soon the silence is alive.
I think is one of the really rare experiences, which you can get in some national parks. And that is that it's so quiet that you really become conscious of this enormous space around you in which you could hear something. And so when there are really subtle little sounds, and even the sound of a cricket walking across the ground, or if you're out working with someone, you can hear them breathing 50 or 100 meters away. You become aware of the sound of your own heart beating. There are places like that are so quiet that they really approach our threshold of hearing, and it's possible to hear things at extraordinary distances. And somehow, you're right, you become aware of that vastly expanded audio horizon. Even if there isn't something happening in the space, you just become aware that you can hear so much farther out. And it can be even unnerving. I have been in places where it's been so quiet that it's kind of been stimulating or unsettling until I get accustomed to what it is and what it means. And certainly, if you're a city dweller and you go out into a really quiet place and try to sleep, it can be hard to fall asleep because it's so quiet. We share with all other mammals the same basic sensory package. And in fact, we have quite good hearing, especially at lower frequencies. We have better hearing than most other land animals. I think Aboriginal man probably relied on both senses equally. Because in all other vertebrate animals, sound is the primary alerting sense. It's what keeps us informed of things that are happening all around us, regardless of where we're looking, or even if we're looking. Sound wakes us when we're asleep, and the fact that you and I can identify the directions from which a sound comes, that's an important part of that system, so that when the alert comes in, we know where to look. To make not a big leap here, I think that's one of the important things that can happen in national parks. That in our urban settings, very often you want to turn your ears off just because there's so many irritating or distracting sounds around you, and none of them is pertinent, none of them is relevant, except perhaps if you hear screeching tires approaching, to warn you of danger. But here in a park, sounds can alert you to the very things you come to see. They can alert you to the rare glimpse of an animal whose presence might be cryptic to your eyes, but quite prominent to your ears. In fact, most bird sightings start by hearing a song and then looking and seeing the bird. So I think we have a chance in parks to sort of reawaken a sense that we deliberately ignore in many urban settings.
How would we go about helping the general public, or for that matter me, awaken that sense?
I'd say there are two things that really work well. Very often we conduct listening exercises where we ask people to sit quietly for just a few minutes. Even as short a span as 3 minutes can really be revealing. And we'll either blindfold them or ask them to close their eyes and listen very intently and make note of every sound they hear. And oftentimes, after that experience, people tell us that they walk away with a much richer awareness of what's going on around them. That it isn't until someone asks them to shut off, to stop looking, and just listen intently, that they become aware of all the sounds that they are probably unintentionally ignoring. It's a habit we form in our busier urban lives that serves us well in that environment. But when we come out here, we're missing a lot. We're losing our experience is much poorer for not adding that sort of symphonic awareness of nature. Another unfortunate part of our urban experience is that both our visual and acoustical horizons shrink. The acoustical one shrinks because it's so noisy around us, we're not likely to hear sounds unless they're fairly close. And the visual horizon, because there are usually so many obstructions in the forms of buildings and houses. So when you get out into a natural area, that sensation of depth is suddenly present on a much greater scale than in most suburban or urban communities. So reawakening that sense of scale, of depth, I think would require special practice, both for the visual and acoustical sense. And I think the other thing, of course, is that when you close your eyes and you reopen them again, you've broken the habit of seeing things the old way. And I think by turning off the eyes, it's hard to really turn off the ears, but by making that kind of fundamental change, you just break the old habits, the old patterns of processing and start listening to things and seeing things with fresh perspective.
Well, these noises that we humans bring to national parks, generators on our RVs and just driving around on the roads, how might that affect wildlife?
Noise acts just like smog. So on a smoggy day, you can't see as far, and those things you can see are blurred or less distinct than they would be in clear air. So on a noisy day, we can't hear sounds as far away from us as we might, and those sounds that we do hear are less distinct, less identifiable. So for wildlife, this means that instead of being able to continue foraging or looking for food or interacting with potential mates, animals have to spend a lot more time with their heads up in sort of a visual scanning mode, substituting visual surveillance for what their ears would have given them without all that effort. And as I said, those animals cannot completely compensate for that loss of aural awareness. And so even though they can, be a little more vigilant and offset some of those losses, many animals choose to be much less active, to hole up in sort of hiding spots when it's really noisy, just because they know they're at greater risk. It's really unclear, however, whether predators or prey are going to be more badly hurt by noisy conditions, because there are many predators that actually the way they find their food is by listening. And so if a given increase in noise level might cut a predator's search area in half, but only represent sort of a marginal decrease in the alerting distance for the prey items he's trying to find. So there actually could be conditions in which noisier conditions would actually favor the prey items rather than the predator items. This is an area of new and largely unexplored ecological research, and it will take some time for us to know how often the balance shifts towards the prey or towards the predators.
Owls, of course, can find their prey very easily with hearing. I've noticed coyotes up here, even when there's snow on the ground, they'll focus, and their ears are aiming at a point on the snow, waiting to hear that sound again. And when they do, up they go and down through a foot of snow, and they'll get a mouse.
An everyday example that many Americans would have in their front yards would be the red-breasted robin. When you see a robin running along a grassy surface and pausing, they're listening for prey with their ears. And it's been shown in numerous experiments. It's not vibrations through the ground. It's not vision. They actually hear the prey first, and then they get close enough to see where it probably is going to be, and then they grab the worm. So it's very likely that in places that are noisy, they aren't able to find to sense these incredibly quiet little accidental sounds of earthworms and other prey items. And that's the other reason for being concerned about predator-prey interactions, perhaps more than we are about communication. Because at least when two animals are trying to communicate, both the sender, the talker, and the listener can make adjustments in their behavior to try and compensate for noise. The talker can repeat the message. The talker can move to another perch or another location that's closer. We know that some birds sing higher pitched songs in urban environments than in rural environments because they're avoiding the low frequency noise in urban environments. generally speaking, road noise or aircraft noise is not in the same frequency band as a lot of bird signals. That doesn't mean that communication at those higher frequencies isn't affected when we have very loud noise sources. And I guess where I was going with my previous note is that unlike communication, the sounds that are important for predator-prey interactions are all accidental. The animal that's producing them would prefer, in many cases, to be absolutely silent, and they're certainly not going to adjust those sounds to make them more noticeable when the world gets noisier. So listening for those accidental sounds for nature, there will be a genuine loss of information when it gets noisier. There is no compensation. There is only lost opportunity. So it's this fog, this noisy fog that we're putting across the landscape could have many effects, but I have to say the thing that concerns me the most is the effect of this chronic, constant, low level of noise and the extent to which that narrows all animals' sort of acoustical horizons and this loss of the accidental sounds of nature. The quality of visitor experience will be heavily dependent upon noise and the natural sounds, just as the quality of a cinematic experience is heavily dependent on the quality of the soundtrack. If you take any movie, even a really scary movie, and you turn off the sounds, the impact of the movie is greatly lessened. The same thing is true in the parks. The most beautiful scenes will lose their power and their sort of potency to evoke awe and wonder and contemplation if you embed them in a noisy environment. And we know this. There are actually good studies that show that ratings of scenic quality go down in noisier environments, so that a completely different mode of sensing can nonetheless impact people's impressions of visual resource quality.
I imagine one of the best examples of that here in Yosemite would be the tunnel view, where people come out of that big long tunnel and it opens up and there's Yosemite Valley and all of its grandeur, and yet on summer's days there are buses idling and cars driving back and forth and hundreds of people oohing and awing, and they see the beauty, but perhaps it's not the quality of the beauty that they really deserve.
Right. I think that's, well, as I said, that's been pretty well documented, not only in place at overlooks and other places where people frequently admire scenes, but also if you just take photographs and record natural sounds, and you go back to a cinder block room somewhere and conduct experiments with volunteers, their ratings of the quality of the photographs is directly dependent on the quality of the sound environment that you present to them.
When we spoke earlier, you said something about a negative effect on blood pressure.
Yes.
How loud the sound has to be, and it's not very loud.
This room is fairly quiet. I would guess that if we're remeasuring this, it would be in the 30 decibel range somewhere. And you're lucky, because most houses don't enjoy that kind of silence. Sounds that go above 35 decibels have been shown to cause a blood pressure response in sleeping people, even when they're not wakened by it. And furthermore, when a sequence of such sounds in areas where people are subjected to regular patterns of those kinds of noise intrusions, we find chronic elevation or long-term increases in their blood pressure, which we know is associated with elevated risk of cardiac problems. At the noisier end of the scale, there are many studies in Europe which show that people who live in environments where the daytime noise level is on the order of 65 decibels, or about the sound of my voice if you were standing 3 feet away from my mouth, sort of the loudest that conversational speech routinely becomes. If sound levels are chronically at that level, there's actually a measurable increase, substantial increase in risk of heart attack and other cardiac problems. So we know that substantial portions of our big cities actually have negative health consequences for the people living there.
That's kind of scary when you think about it.
It's like most environmental health problems. The effects are remote in time. You're exposed for decades before there's a consequence. There are many other possible explanations for heart attacks, diet, many other factors. And in fact, I shouldn't say possible, all of these are contributing factors. But what these studies show is that when you control for all of those other factors, noise exposure does have a bad effect, a harmful effect on people when it's high. And what we can also say, but which has not been heavily studied, is there are probably beneficial, salutary effects of really quiet environments. And just as meditation and some other forms of intentional relaxation have been shown to have health benefits for chronically ill people, it's very likely that for those of us who enjoy good health, periodic visits or periodic experience of really quiet, beautiful places is likely to have beneficial effects.
Most people probably wouldn't think so much about the sounds when they go to a national park. In fact, most of the time they talk about, well, I really enjoyed the quiet. And yet, we in the National Park Service, and you in particular, are doing inventories, right?
Correct.
Inventories of sound resources.
Yeah.
Tell me a little more about that.
Well, there are at least two ways of thinking about sounds in national parks. The first is from a purely physical resource, just like we worry about air quality or water quality or the integrity of geological resources. Now, another piece of the resource story is that the acoustical environment is vital to wildlife, and if we degrade it, we are going to change the ways that predators and prey interact. We're going to alter their opportunities to communicate with each other, and in doing those things, it's certain that we'll make changes in the internal functioning of the ecosystem and also in the availability of those animals for wildlife viewing. So we need to worry about the physical resources in their own right. We need to worry about the impact of noise on the biological resources. Working with the staff here, we have made recordings now at, I think, 13 locations, the primary purpose of which was just to measure physically how quiet it is and how much noise was creeping in at different frequencies. But along with those recordings, of course, and at each site we were recording for over a month, along with those noise measurements or sound level measurements, we picked up lots and lots of natural signals, and including some sounds that experts really hadn't heard before. In our earlier conversation, I played what is probably a bleat of a bighorn sheep. And I talked to several experts on both Dall's and bighorn sheep who claimed that they'd never heard the animals call at all.
Here's that sound again, but repeated a few times. And here's another unusual sound that was recorded in Yosemite.
That other sound I played earlier today, that was probably a juvenile bear being driven off by its mom at the end of the season and producing that loud protest call. That's a sound that none of the bear biologists I've contacted could identify as having heard before, but it's a fairly common animal here in Yosemite, and yet it's a sound that probably hasn't been recorded.
I was going to ask you about odd or unusual sounds, and you've told us about a couple of really, wonderful sounds. How about oddball sounds?
Well, we do record sounds that a park visitor will never hear. One class of sounds is animals eating our equipment. For some reason, deer and elk and moose love the foam that we put around our microphones to shield them from the wind. Usually they don't damage the microphone, but after they eat the foam away from the microphone, the recordings we get are almost useless because every slight puff of wind blows out the recording. But we do also have problems with bears, and often when they decide to munch on a system, they completely destroy it. They'll also get curious about battery cases and smash those. So those kinds of sounds are just accidents of us being there and trying to measure something.
We have done some inventory and monitoring on 13 sites.
Yes.
So how do we stand here in Yosemite? Is it a quiet place? Is it a noisy place?
There are several sites here in Yosemite that are among the quietest sites here in the western United States. But that extraordinary quiet is regularly punctuated by noise sources, even in the most remote locations here at Yosemite. Just as it is, I'm afraid to say, at many of the big western parks. And the principal noise source in these remote backcountry locations is from air travel. The phenomenal growth in the commercial airline business and in the private general aviation sector means that there are very, very few places where you could sit for an hour in the United States and not hear a plane for that entire hour. And here in Yosemite, the average interval between aircraft noise events is about 3 minutes during the day. Yosemite has the misfortune of lying almost in the crosshairs of a major east-west route from the eastern United States into the Bay Area and a major north-south route from the Pacific Northwest down to the LA Basin. So this morning when I was walking to our meeting, I counted 17 jet contrails in the sky just over Yosemite Valley, 4 of which were oriented north-south, and the remaining 13 were east-west. And I don't know how long a contrail persists, but those are probably flights that had happened within the last hour. When we look at the recordings from these monitoring sites, we frequently see 200 to 300 aircraft noise events per day. The good news is, in between those noise events, it's as quiet here as it ever was in the backcountry. When people talk about why they come to parks, they come for respite, for inspiration. to speak to the value of a quality scenic or acoustic experience, there are really two components. One is the aesthetic, but independent of that, there is a physiological response. Our pulse slows down, our blood pressure drops. All of these things are going to be related not just to our appreciation for what the resources are, but probably on the work that that environment does on our physiology. We respond really in a involuntary way.
Many of us have overlooked the value of the acoustic environment in Yosemite. It's like that old Joni Mitchell song, "You don't know what you've got till it's gone." But fortunately, the National Park Service is beginning to pay close attention to the sounds, the quiet, and the noise in places like Yosemite. Next time you come up to the park, try closing your eyes to the grand landscape and opening your ears to the soundscape. I'm sure you'll gain a whole new perspective. Well, that's it for today's Yosemite Voices. More Yosemite Voices podcasts will be available in a few weeks, either at the iTunes Store or at the Yosemite National Park website. That's www.nps.gov/YOSE. You'll also find other multimedia there, including a new video podcast series called Nature Notes. So until next time, remember, Yosemite is your national park. We'll stay here and take care of the place until you return.
Okay, a long time ago, when the earth was filled with water, there was a raft.
The waxwings are going off. Look at the fly catching. We got to check this out.
She mostly recalled one soldier as she repeatedly said, "The man with the red shirt, the man with the red shirt."
Here we are with our second podcast here at Tuolumne Meadows. Tuolumne is at about 8,600 feet elevation in the High Sierra in Yosemite National Park. It's a very large subalpine meadow. Well, as I face west, I'm watching the sun slowly set. The shadows around me are getting longer and longer. Looking to the east, I can see the red mountains of Mount Dana, Mount Gibbs, along the crest of the Sierra Nevada. Just this side of it, we see the hulk of Lambert Dome rising out of the trees that line the meadow. Most of the forests that surround Tuolumne Meadows are lodgepole pine. Oh, I see a coyote running across the meadow right now. Ears perked up, it stopped. Its ears are pointing forward. It's looking at something. It's looking very carefully. It is staring. Hup! There it goes. It jumped down. It caught a little mouse or something. I can't see from here. These meadows do have meadow mice or voles, but they also have a lot of young building ground squirrels that stand near their homes upright. Some people may think of them as diminutive prairie dogs as they stand there. But this coyote got either a ground squirrel or maybe a meadow mouse or vole or something like that, and it chomped it down right before my eyes, and away it went down the throat. And off the coyote goes running again. Now, these are the kinds of wonderful things that people can experience in places like Tuolumne Meadows. And we have a staff of rangers to help you see that. The leader of those rangers is a woman named Margaret Eisler, and she's going to talk about growing up here. And we'll also talk about one of her employees, another ranger naturalist named Karen Amstutz. Karen has 3 daughters. One is 4, one is 6, and one is 10. And for the last 3 years, they have been growing up here in Tuolumne Meadows. I talked to Margaret first, and one of the things I wanted to know was the first time she came to Tuolumne Meadows. And this is what she said.
I think when I was less than 1 year old.
Tell me a little bit about what your parents did here.
My parents were caretakers for the Sierra Clip Campground, which was a 160-acre homestead that had been originally claimed by Jean-Baptiste Lambert in 1885 and eventually came into the hands of the Sierra Club in 1912. And the Sierra Club set up 2 campgrounds, a family campground and a group campground. And my parents lived in the Collie cabin. They were caretakers, and that's where the caretakers lived for 6 summers from 1956 to 61. And it was a very simple cabin. It had no running water, no electricity, no telephone. My parents walked up and down the hill to the river with buckets to get water to wash clothes and dishes, and we'd fill up our glass jugs with water at the ranger station to drink. And so it was just very simple, but it was great.
I grew up in Los Angeles, and I didn't get much wilderness. In fact, wilderness was vacant lots, really, for me. That's pretty much all I got. And a big part of your childhood was living in a place with a wood stove, and I mean, everything was really primitive and pioneer-like. What did you find? I mean, as a kid, we watched TV, we rode our bicycles, we went to the movies. In the summertime, what did you find yourself doing here?
There was no end of playful things to do. I was very young, and so my sister and I and our friends, other campers who would come every summer, we hopped from rock to rock. I had my favorite rock horses. We'd ride and...
Rock horses?
Yes, just horse rocks that you could sit on and pretend you were riding. We hiked. From the time we could walk, we were walking up Limbert Dome and going to Dog Lake and wading and swimming in the river. And we had our favorite mud hole down by the river we'd squish our toes through. And we collected ladybugs in the sagebrush, which were right near the cabin, and played store with our parents' supply of canned goods. I don't know, it was just unending, eternal days of play. Remember how summer used to last forever? At least it seemed like a year or more longer when I was little, and it was just a joyful time.
Yeah, I remember summers living in the city. That's just amazing. I mean, we had all these things, and yet you used a lot of curiosity and imagination. We did too. We did a lot of that too, but I think what I'm getting at is today it seems like kids need to be entertained from the exterior rather than from inside. Do you see that today with the younger people camping here?
Yeah, well, I think I noticed that in general, but I also see children of employees who are up here, and I see different parenting techniques, but I see some that just let their children play as we did, and it's I just love seeing that. It's heartwarming to see them making their little forts and collecting rocks and looking closely at insects and just loving playing by the river. So it still happens, but I think it's more rare.
Yeah. You're telling me that you would actually walk when I'm imagining like 3 or 4 to Dog Lake, which is uphill and a little over a mile, plus probably the mile from your house, the 2-mile walk. Boy, that's quite a bit for a kid.
I think kids can do a lot. I think parents often think that they can't and then limit them, but it's amazing what kids can do.
If you were to talk to parents and they were coming up to Tuolumne Meadows, what would you have them do with their children?
I suggest that they go out across the meadow on the old Tioga Road out to the river, and if that's as far as their children can go, then that would be a great spot to go, or up to Soda Springs, the area that I grew up, or to Dog Lake, which is a wonderful lake to play in. It's warmer than some. It's 1.5 miles going uphill, but you take your time and you get there before you know it, or up to the top of Limbert Dome where you have a fabulous view, also 1.5 miles. Yeah, or any of those.
I'm sitting here looking at Limbert Dome over your shoulder, and it's way up there. It's this big high rock standing up in the sky, and it looks really formidable from here. Where's the trail?
Well, there are 2 trails, one just right over here to our right, and then another up through the forest on the other side. But actually, when I was little, we used to always go up the front, keeping to the right.
Scary.
I don't remember thinking it was scary, but much later I was trying to figure out how we had done it as a family, and I had a hard time figuring it out, but it finally did. So it is a little, you have to pick your way up along the ledges. And
Yeah,
but it's exciting. It's fun.
it's beautiful. I'm looking up there again at the glacial polish glinting in the sun. Mm-hmm. Did you go on naturalist programs when you were younger?
Yes, I clearly remember going on ranger walks with Carl Sharsmith. I remember one particular early evening walk with Carl Sharsmith up from May Lake, up over that little ridge just to the right of the peak, Hoffman. And I remember Carl pointing out this little tiny tree. It's like a little dwarf bonsai tree growing in the crack of granite, and I remember he calculated that it was 40 years old, and I remember thinking, oh, it's older than my mother. And now I think 40 years old, that's nothing. But it's really funny how your sense of time changes as you grow older.
Yeah.
But it seemed so old to me. It was just a little tree, though, very tiny tree.
Well, little tiny tree, 40 years old. The summer lasts a year. And now what do the summers last?
Oh, it flies by so quickly. It's gone before you know it.
What kind of a nest is this?
Jungle nest, and I see the cracked eggs in there.
They're cracked eggs? What happened?
There was a big rainstorm, and they cracked from that. And now the eggs aren't gonna hatch.
They're not?
Wanna see them?
Yeah. Are they under that? Oh, yeah, I see. What do you think the parent birds did?
I think they flew away.
Yeah, you think they maybe made some more eggs somewhere else?
Maybe they may be laying eggs right now.
How old are you?
4.
4. So how do you like living up here?
Good.
Why do you think it's good?
'Cause it's pretty here.
That was Lupin Amstutz. She and her 2 sisters, Sylvie and Eliza, live here with their parents at Tuolumne Meadows during the summer. She and her 6-year-old sister Sylvie like to watch ants. Do you girls like to look at ants a lot?
Yeah. And under the log right there, there's so many ants, and there's a home of ants. There's a bunch of, and they like to bite, and I pick them up and make them bite me because it feels good. Sylvie the ant, he bit me, but it didn't hurt at all. It just felt like.
What other kinds of things do you like to look at besides ants?
The birds and the deer.
The older daughter, Eliza, told me about a new tradition she'd made up.
Now we just figured out a tradition. We should hike our age every year. I turned 10 in May, and Leaf, who's staying next to us, Leaf just turned 10, I think, a few days ago. Then he was 10, so we were both 10. So the day before yesterday, we hiked from here to Tenaya Lake, and that was about 10 miles. So we hiked our age this year.
Wow, that's a long way.
I love living here, and I love that my kids get a chance to be here and experience a simpler life and notice the little things in the mountains.
Their house is a 2-room tent with wood floors situated in a place called Ranger Camp. When I first began working here in Yosemite in 1968, many of the seasonal rangers throughout the park lived in these tent cabins. Most are gone now, but here in Tuolumne Meadows they continue to provide shelter for a few of the seasonals. But most who live in them wouldn't trade for the world. Eliza gave me a tour of her tent cabin.
Well, so what should I show you?
I don't know. This is your house.
Tell me about it. Well, the kitchen is here, and well, that's a bear box where I keep everything.
That big steel box on the ground there?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And also, this is the sink.
And that stove there is a 2-burner.
Yeah.
Looks like a hot plate plugged into an electrical socket.
Because it's sort of frustrating to always cook things on the fire.
Oh, really? The fire? Where's that?
It's over here. And sometimes we can put pellets in here.
Show me how that works.
Wood pellets, and you lift this. There's a little door, and see, there's pellets in there. And you put them in, and you can start the fire with them, and the fire sticks, and so then you can have a fire. But there's also a little oven that we sometimes bake things in, but because you have to get it really hot.
What about those pellets, Liza? What are those pellets made out of?
They're made out of little pieces of wood, and this is our little stereo thing, but it doesn't work very much. So we usually use the computer to play music.
This is really interesting to see a house with an old wood stove and a wood floor and canvas top and a picnic table here in the kitchen and big steel boxes to keep your food in so the bears don't get it. And then you have a computer.
Yeah.
It seems a little odd, doesn't it?
Yeah. I don't like having a computer very much.
Why not?
You don't?
Because it seems too modern. I wish it was still like the olden days.
Do you like the olden days?
Yeah, because everybody had horses. So.
And that gets us back to your liking horses a lot.
Yeah. Well, we have refrigerator locks, I think, because then bears might get in. So.
Bears get in your refrigerator, so you have to lock it. That's pretty amazing. Are you worried about bears?
No.
Why not?
Because they're cute.
Because bears are cute?
Yes.
Have they ever come in the cabin?
Well, they came in our house in El Vertal once.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Sure. Well, it was eating cat food, and my mom was just sitting there, and it came in, and me and Sylvie and Lupin were asleep, we were asleep, so my mom felt really protective of us. And it was so funny that she just opened the door and kicked the bear out. And my dad said she made a sound that didn't sound like a human.
Have you ever heard your mother make that sound any other time?
No.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. A lock on the refrigerator to keep the bears out. Oh, and I see climbing ropes up there on the shelf.
We like to go climbing a lot.
What do you do?
Well, yesterday we just went bouldering, but we did some pretty hard bouldering, and I still am sort of sore from that. But so usually we go to like Puppy Dome, and we do chop ropes and climb up.
How high is Puppy Dome?
Probably like 200 feet.
Well, show me the rest of the cabin.
Well, one of my favorite things about being back here is because when it's raining, you can lie on the beds and just look up, and then the rain pours down, and you can look at it on the roof, and sometimes, and it sounds really pretty. And also sometimes we see like little lizards, and right now I see a bug on the roof, like just a little silhouette of it.
Oh yeah.
And also sometimes we see birds perching on the roof. And
So you like going inside of a cabin that doesn't have a real roof. It has canvas on the roof.
yeah.
And the light comes right through.
So you don't usually need the light except for at night.
Yeah. What's up with you, Lupin?
You want to say something?
We built a fort made out of sticks outside.
You
that
built
we
a
can
fort
go in.
that you can go in?
It's big enough that we can go in it.
Really?
Like 5 of us.
Can you show me?
Can you bring him to that fort?
Yeah.
We're now going outside and down the wooden steps.
And we even
You want me to carry you, Lupin?
built a stables in the fort.
And what a fort that was. Room for 5, where they would go in and pretend they were living a primitive life in the woods. Imagine that. The children named it Little Villa Kula after the place where Pippi Longstockings lived. They told me they would spend hours and hours in there. And then Eliza wanted to show me a place called Fairy House Village.
Here's a little fairy house that I just made yesterday.
Oh, that's cool.
But the problem is it's in a little creek bed.
Well, I guess like the Junco's nest, whoever lives in that fairy house may have a hard time when it rains.
Okay, and so this right here, it's supposed to be a little fairy stable, a little fairy corral, see? And so this is the little riding arena, and the horses live in there. But if they want to, like,
Is that a horse right there?
no, that's an ant.
That's an ant. Oh, I'm sorry.
And if they want to, they can like have horse lessons, and they have horse lessons in here. This is the place where they ride. This is the one I think I might have worked the hardest on, because like there's a piece of wood here, and I made with a rock and 2 sticks. A flat rock, I made a little picnic table.
You know, there's such a trend towards having kids have less experience in this country, less experience outdoors and less contact with it. And seeing our kids noticing the seasons, even though we're not in Tuolumne, their fairy houses are affected by winter. And we come up here early in the season, which it's still spring here when we come up, you know, early spring. There's snow on the ground when we first come up, and that they get to see that the plants are just starting to come to life. They notice which flowers bloom first and then start to die, making way for the next wave of flowers blooming and the birds hatching. And they get to see that close up, and they're out playing in it. They're not just looking at it on TV. And, you know, to really feel this place that way, it makes me so thankful that they get to have that, and we can just let them go play here and not worry about that they're out of our sight or that they're gonna have. I mean, if they get hurt, they're gonna learn a lesson, you know, about what to do and what not to do, and they get hurt sometimes. You can't see their knees are all scraped up, and they have cuts and mosquito bites, and I mean, we all have scrapes and bruises.
Yeah.
I always have cuts too, but It's just because we're out having contact with the earth. And sometimes the earth here is a little sharp and rough, like the granite that we sit on when we go swimming and climb up when we're climbing. And
But I feel like they have a realistic sense of risk because they take lots of little risks in their fairy fort building and running around the cabin and all that. Occasionally guided by the parents. Put your shoes on, slow down a bit. That's a heavy rock, be careful. But the vast majority of the time they're on their own, figuring it out themselves, which is, I think, very healthy.
And it's a beautiful thing for us. We don't want them to go out and get hurt. I'll say that,
Yeah.
So
No parent really does.
No parent wants their kid to get hurt, but we don't think it's a tragedy if they skin their knees, in other words. But I love the confidence that leaves them with when they have these experiences. They do skin their knee and they're not afraid of something that's going to just leave them, a little bit scratched. But they are so confident running around here in rocks and climbing trees, and they're not freaked out about what could be here because they know what is here, and there's nothing they need to be afraid of. And they're very, very confident and very empowered in this world that they're part of.
This isn't the most exciting thing, but it's pretty exciting that a bear came close to us at dinner time. We like to sing songs and roast marshmallows and play games around the campfire. And he was ripping a log. He was ripping a log apart. There was a song that we learned in school about 7 continents, and to the same tune we made up a song about Tuolumne. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Puppy dome, kitty dome, dog lake, dog dome, marmot rock. Don't forget Lambert dome. Don't forget Cathedral Peak. These are the places of Tuolumne. These are the places of Tuolumne.
I really enjoy the openness of the community that is inspired by these tent cabins. We have great rituals here. We have campfires, and we have, our neighbors up there are going to have next Thursday night, they're going to have an art gallery opening where everybody's contributing art or some humor,
poetry, performance,
performances. But just little things like that. Good but simple, just community events that aren't based on technology, really, except for we did have a slideshow on the side of the tent cabin last week where we invited anyone who wanted to come see.
Into Tuolumne.
Into Tuolumne.
You can fish.
You can fish.
All you catch are big ones.
All you catch are big ones.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ha, ha, ha.
Into Tuolumne.
There was no end of playful things to do. It was just this grand adventure.
Podcasting from Yosemite Valley, it's Yosemite Voices.
Vista, it would be view. Yes. Spectacular, beautiful, awesome. Hermosa.
People started waving the red flag and saying, hey, wait a minute. What's happening to our views here? We can't see anything. All we have are...
We are hoping to hear from the public, and there's a lot of different ways that people can reach us and let us know what they're thinking.
Yosemite Voices is a series of audio podcasts intended to provide insights into the natural and cultural history and management of Yosemite National Park. We also explore the lives and lifestyles of the people who work and live here. Welcome to Yosemite Voices. It's Tuesday afternoon on the 10th of February, and I'm standing here at Tunnel View looking at an incredible view of Yosemite Valley. This is the viewpoint below the tunnel along the Wawona Road, which enters the valley from the south. It's been a beautiful day here. The trees are still holding the snow that fell yesterday, and the stern face of El Capitan stands there on the left side of this incredible vista. On the right, Bridal Veil Fall spills lazily from its hanging valley. In the distance, Cloud's Rest, rising to nearly 10,000 feet, is clothed in snow. And Yosemite's signature icon, Half Dome, is also capped with snow. It sits to the right of Cloud's Rest. And from here I can see Sentinel Rock, Sentinel Dome, Cathedral Rocks, and Leaning Tower. Dappled sunlight floats across the scene as clouds drift across the sky. This view is spectacular. Today we're going to talk about the views, how they've changed, and what we've done over the years to maintain them. Now, some people call this Inspiration Point. It's the most recent of a line of inspiration points that began high up on the mountain behind me. Historically, the first inspiration point was along a trail up there. When the wagon road was built back in 1870s, Inspiration Point moved down the mountain with the road, and the original appeared on the maps as Old Inspiration Point. And now here, Tunnel View is the inspiration point on the route into the valley. A civilian militia called the Mariposa Battalion entered the valley near here on an expedition to rid this part of the Sierra of Indians. Among those first non-Indians was a man named Lafayette Bunnell. He wrote of his first experience upon looking into Yosemite Valley from near here.
None but those who have visited this most wonderful valley can even imagine the feelings with which I looked upon the view that was there presented. The grandeur of the scene was but softened by the haze that hung over the valley, light as gossamer, and by the clouds which partially dimmed the higher cliffs and mountains. This obscurity of vision but increased the awe with which I beheld it, and as I looked, a peculiar, exalted sensation seemed to fill my whole being, and I found my eyes in tears with emotion.
Ever since Bunnell's first view, millions have been inspired by views of Yosemite. Scenic vistas can be life-changing. I know my first view of Yosemite Valley back in 1967 surely was. About a month ago, as the full moon rose, a life-changing event occurred here. I just happened to be standing nearby when it happened.
Well, said we've been together for quite some time, and I can't think of a day without you. So, as I'm for a loss of words, will you marry me?
Yes.
I've been walking around the whole valley waiting to propose, and when I saw the moon come up, this was the best place to do it. You can see the entire valley from here, under moonlight.
All day long you were walking around the valley kind of wondering where you're going to do it, when you're going to do it. Were you nervous about it?
Yes, I couldn't find the right words.
He kept on shaking his leg. I'm all, why are you so nervous?
Kept trying to find the right words and everything else. They just were not coming.
That's amazing. What did you think was up with him?
I don't know. He just seemed really nervous. The leg shaking thing. I was like, what's wrong? He's all, nothing. I'm fine.
Well, was it romantic?
Oh, yes. With the moon, it was perfect.
Thank you so much for sharing that moment with us.
No problem.
Now, there's a very special vista down on the valley floor. I'd like to take you there. This viewpoint is called Valley View. It's where Ansel Adams had his first view of Yosemite Valley. It's easy to miss this view because it's on the way out of the valley and the view is behind you as you drive by. We're alongside the Merced River, which makes a lovely foreground to the view and a great background soundtrack. Across the river, I see a wide open meadow lined with conifers. Two massive rocks frame the scene, with El Capitan on the left and the cathedral rocks on the right. Bridal Veil drops over the cliff below the cathedral rocks. I can see far to the left Ribbon Fall, dropping 1,600 feet down the cliff. This vista here is much more intimate than the vast expanse seen from tunnel view. You know, I remember when you could see Half Dome and Cloud's Rest clearly from here. Today, I can just make out their shapes through the trees, rising above the far end of the meadow across the river. Behind me, there's a sign indicating the high water line from the flood we had back in '97. That flood affected the view here. In the years following the flood, vegetation grew into a thicket that obstructed the view. Crews cut the vegetation back, and once again, people can enjoy the view. Now, I want to take you to another vista point, further into the valley. Right now, we're passing the turnout for the three brothers. I can see them playing peekaboo through the trees, but there's no clear view of them. The viewpoint I want to tell you about, though, is further up, in that turnout with the two large cedar trees in the middle. Back in the 1930s, the U.S. postal system issued 10 stamps celebrating the national parks. The first stamp was released on July 16, 1934. It pictured the view from here. You can easily find a picture of that stamp on the internet. On that stamp, you can see the entire profile of El Capitan, all the way down to the base. A few trees are silhouetted against the massive stone face, but they cover very little of El Capitan. Victoria Mates, one of my colleagues, told me about her experience with this view.
One of my duties here while I've been working at Yosemite has been to manage and create and install interpretive exhibits, and that includes the wayside exhibits in the park. And after being here for a year...
Now the waysides, those are like the signs that people...
Yeah, those are the ones that you see along the side of the road, along the side of the trail. They generally interpret the scenery that you're looking at. And I started to recognize, as I was inventorying waysides, there were quite a few exhibits that were in places that you could no longer see the scenery. And it was difficult to understand what was being described in that exhibit without being able to actually see what it was talking about. One perfect example is on Southside Drive, and it was an exhibit that described the North American Wall of El Capitan. And there were trees that were growing up right in front of where the wayside is located. You couldn't see the North American Wall from the wayside. So we made a decision to take that wayside out just because it was no longer relevant to the experience that was at that particular site.
And you couldn't move the wayside to some other part of the parking area to see the wall?
There weren't any clear gaps between the trees, and beyond that, there weren't just the big trees. There were lots of seedlings and brush and other plants that were growing up in those areas.
One of the Indians Lafayette Bunnell helped remove from Yosemite Valley was a young girl named Totuya. Totuya was 12 years old at the time, and once taken away by the Mariposa Battalion, she would stay away from her mountain home for over 75 years. In the late 1920s, an old woman named Maria Labrado Idarte came to the attention of some ranger naturalists and the museum librarian. As it turned out, Maria, who was living in the mountains near Mariposa, was in fact Totuya. In 1929, she visited Yosemite Valley for the first time since her childhood. And during her stay, she commented about the state of the valley. Shaking her head, she said, "Too dirty, too much bushy, Awani too dirty bushy." You see, to her eyes, the valley had become overgrown with shrubs and trees. Now, at about that time, another woman was visiting Yosemite Valley. and she would not return for 50 years. It was in the early 1970s that she approached a young ranger with a question. She asked what happened to the valley. "Ranger, you can't see the views. When I was here 50 years ago, there were beautiful views of all the rocks and waterfalls. Now you can't see the views for the trees." I was that ranger, and I didn't know what to say. I'd only been working here for a few years, but I was totally inspired by the views. I do remember, though, a particular tree along the trail to my tent cabin near Yosemite Village. It was about 4 feet high, and I remember running home for lunch one day, and in my exuberance, I jumped over that tree. At the time, I thought to myself, when I have kids, I'm going to bring them over here and show them the tree that I jumped over. Today, that tree is 60 feet tall, and it's doing its part in hiding the scenery for which this park was originally set aside.
The tunnel view was another example of an area that was once a broad sweeping vista, and the trees had grown up to obscure the view, and now the trees have been removed, so the view has been restored. And it used to be that whenever a tour bus or a tram or a large group would be congregated in that area, that they were all jockeying for the sweet spot. There was one area that you could get the money shot if you were a photographer, that was between some trees, and there wasn't a terribly wide sidewalk there, so you would see just clumps of people in this one area because that's where the most stunning view or the most holistic view of the valley was that you could get between the trees. So now with the trees being cleared, there's a much more wide space where people can view that scene from several dozens of angles rather than just one.
Any kind of controversy over that?
So there were quite a few people that commented that they would have liked to have seen the trees stay. Of course, there's two sides to every argument. There are also many people that are thrilled that that view has been restored.
Have you been here before they cut the trees?
Is that what they did? Because I thought I remember trees being in the way a little more.
Yeah.
Some of the trees, so they cut them, huh?
Well, they've opened it up. So
yeah, I remember it was hard. There was only a few spots you could shoot from. Then I go, man, it seems like a lot more room now.
What do you think of the view since they cut out all the trees?
I like it. It seemed expansive. The grandeur, the size seems bigger. It's like you can't touch it. It's huge.
Yeah, because it used to be hard. There's only a couple little spots you could shoot from. Everybody was fighting over them.
That's right.
Una vista hermosa. Espectacular. Vista, it would be view.
Yes.
Spectacular, beautiful, awesome.
Hermosa.
Hermosa, sí.
And what did you say? The view was...
Comentaste la vista es...
Hermosa.
Hermosa?
Sí. Yeah. Very nice.
Bonita?
Muy bonita.
Muy bonita. Muy bonita.
So...
I spoke with Brian Mattis, our park forester, about changes to views in Yosemite. When it was first set aside, this valley was mostly open country, and now it's mostly forested. What happened?
Well, lots of things happened. Probably one of the biggest changes would have been the cessation of the regular burning by the Native Americans. And then when Europeans got settled in here and decided there were too many mosquitoes, and they wanted to lower the water table, blasting the terminal moraine down by Bridal Veil, dried things out to where the trees could much more successfully invade the edges of what had been wet meadows or even just the open woodlands that were there that didn't have a lot of trees in them. And then further draining of the meadows through ditching, and then there's been tree planting, and probably all of these activities had good intentions, but comprehensively they've changed the landscape.
Landscape architect with Yosemite's Division of Resource Management and Science, Brian Chilcott, had this to add.
You look at the oldest photographs from the 1850s, 1860s, and of course you see more of an oak savanna type of landscape in the valley. A lot of wet meadows and a lot of openness and a lot of open views.
And with every decade that's passed since then, the conifers have succeeded the oak savanna, and now we have mostly a mixed coniferous forest in the valley. People started waving the red flag and saying, hey, wait a minute, what's happening to our views here? We can't see anything. All we have are these conifers, the oaks are disappearing, everything's a mess.
We've had piecemeal efforts. We had a complaint about the San Joaquin Overlook being on the road guide, but you can't see the San Joaquin Valley anymore. And so there was a very narrow scope project approved to open just this most scant corridor that you can stand in one place and see a little slice of the San Joaquin Valley again. As I mentioned, Hutchings View and the view from what was called the main viewing area over on the lodge side was reopened during the Yosemite Fall project. We did some vista reestablishment, really, vista maintenance at Tunnel View for that project, but we haven't put together any kind of programmatic plan.
But we are now. Yosemite's Chief of Resource Management and Science, Dr. Nikki Nicholas, explains.
We're now working on the Yosemite's Scenic Vista Management Plan, and the purpose of this plan is to guide management actions by the National Park Service to protect and restore Yosemite's historic viewpoints and, of course, the natural processes that created them. We also want to preserve the historic and cultural settings in which the viewpoints were established. I think that most people, when they come to Yosemite National Park, are awed, stunned by the views that they see. When they look up and see these amazing granite rock faces, and because of a lot of past management practices, a lot of those vistas and viewpoints just aren't even visible anymore.
My responsibility has mostly been in a technical capacity, where I've been doing a lot of the background research in the archives. So I've also been in the field doing a lot of documentation at historic viewpoints and documenting vegetation encroachment in the valley, looking at historical pictures and getting them side by side with current pictures to be able to compare differences.
I asked Brian Mattis what sort of techniques we might use to rehabilitate and maintain these views.
Well, you really can't beat the chainsaw for the expediency of instantly opening up a small vista. In the longer term, and certainly on a more landscape scale, prescribed fire a lot. The Native Americans here used, what we would now call prescribed fire, but regular burning to keep areas open.
We can't preserve every view. We can't just run around willy-nilly and deciding where we'd like to see something from and start removing trees.
The 1980 General Management Plan says that we're to let natural processes prevail.
Mm-hmm.
How does taking out shrubs and trees to restore a view that people were getting 100 years ago reconcile itself with that?
Well, I think the first thing that everybody needs to understand is that the landscape in Yosemite Valley in particular is not really natural. Processes that would have moderated the forest succession in the valley were cut off when the fire suppression began a long time ago. So the views were a byproduct of a different landscape. Before moraines were removed, before ditches were dug, before meadows were tilled and planted. The reduction in the groundwater table subsequent to various forms of hydrological manipulation and the suppression of wildfire are two major ecological processes that were changed.
So the public will first be involved during our scoping. We will have it featured at an open house and try and get messages for the public to send us their ideas. What are their favorite vistas? How should we be managing them? And things like that. So scoping's coming up soon, and we want to hear from them.
Great. So what does scoping mean?
Scoping is just the term that's used to go out and say, hey, here's our idea. What do you think about it?
I think that having a plan helps to get everybody together to talk about what needs to happen and to formulate it in such a way that it happens with with everybody's good graces and in a sensible, timely manner.
We are hoping to hear from the public, and there's a lot of different ways that people can reach us and let us know what they're thinking. We're accepting emails, we're accepting letters, we are having posters put out at open houses. We are going to have walks around the park where we're going to ask people to come and give us comments during those walks. Any way that people want to comment on this proposed plan, we want to hear from people.
If you'd like to participate in our planning efforts, the public scoping period is from February 12th to March 20th. For information, the best place to go to is our website. That's www.nps.gov/YOSE/PARKMGMT/VISTA.HTM. If you want to comment by mail, address your comments to Superintendent, Attention, Scenic Vista Management Plan, Post Office Box 577, Yosemite, California, 95389. The phone number is 209-379-1365, and our fax number is 209-379-1294. Well, that's it for today's Yosemite Voices. In the meantime, remember, Yosemite is your park. We'll stay here and take care of things until you return. Podcasting from Yosemite National Park on this cold and stormy March 31st, 2010. It's Yosemite Voices.
We found a family ski racing challenge where you could race as a team with your mom.
All right.
For kids to feel safe, to be able to venture outside. Their biggest concern is a mountain lion, as opposed to a lot of other things that they could find living elsewhere.
Yosemite Voices is a series of audio podcasts intended to provide insights into the natural and cultural history and management of Yosemite National Park. We also explore the lives and lifestyles of the people who live and work here.
Spent the day at Badger Pass, skiing on a track. My nose got red, my feet got cold. I laughed and I skied back. Tonight I'll light the fire and sing with my friends. Singing keeps me warm when a winter day ends. When a winter day ends.
Hi, I'm Ranger Bob Roney. That was our local high school teacher, Gail Dreyfus, singing When a Winter Day Ends. Yeah, I know, the calendar says the spring equinox was 2 Saturdays ago. But it snowed here this morning, and children are making snow angels and building snowmen. Yosemite is in the mountains, and the mountains make their own seasons. If you drive up here from the west, on any of the 3 roads currently open into the park, you'll pass through fields of grass with splashes of color on the foothills. Spring is just beginning to climb the mountains, and that's what it does. It'll continue climbing the mountains until the snow at the highest elevations in the park finally melts in the middle of what the calendar calls summer. Yosemite usually gets snowstorms in April, and sometimes it snows in May. Most people don't know this, and they come unprepared for winter driving. Right now, tire chains are required on highways 41 and 120 into the park. That's why I wanted a segment about tire chains.
How's it going? Is this a four-wheel, all-wheel drive vehicle?
It is.
It is. Do you have good mud and snow tires?
I do.
And then do you have chains in the back?
I do.
Okay, the speed limit is 25. Drive safe.
Okay.
My name is Jeff Gardner. I'm a law enforcement ranger. I work in Wawona District. I have a four-wheel drive truck. I've owned chains for 3 years. It cost me $60. I've never put them on. I'll have them for another 15. May never have to put them on.
It seems like a pretty cheap insurance policy in the snow. I think the most expensive chains I've seen are like $110, and most of the time you can get cables which work just fine for $60.
Yes, the chain installer today was going to sell individual chains for about $125.
So the R controls, what is the meaning of the numbers?
For R1, the designation means that if you're a two-wheel drive vehicle and you do not have mud and snow tires, then you're required to have chains on. Any type of vehicle better than that is fine. For R2 conditions, if you're a four-wheel drive vehicle in four-wheel drive, then you're fine. Any vehicle less than that in terms of your two-wheel drive, then you have to have chains. If you're a four-wheel drive vehicle and you do not have mud and snow tires, then you have to have your chains on. And then R3 conditions, there's no exceptions. So all vehicle types have to have their chains installed. Even if you have a vehicle that is fine for the current road conditions, should they get worse, you have to have the ability to put your chains on. And if you don't own them, then you don't have that ability. And so if a storm comes in and you're stuck, then I'm going to make you stay there. And then we'll figure out a way to ferry the people out, but the vehicle has to stay. I had the same vehicle in 2 accidents 2 days in a row. So the first one, he came around a curve. I mean, I can't really prove his speed, but I believe he came around too fast for the conditions. He was a four-wheel drive vehicle. He did not have chains on him. And he fishtailed in the middle of the turn. And when he recovered, he ended up running the side of his vehicle into the oncoming vehicle in the opposite lane. And so they impacted and hit his side impact bags opened up. When I got there, our first thing was to move them off the road to get them to a safe spot, which can be difficult based on where it happens in the roadway. And he went on his way. The next day, the weather got worse, and then it changed to R3. So by the time he would have come out of the valley, it would be R3 with no exceptions. So when I found him in the bank by about a foot or 2 feet, stuck in the bank, he should have had chains on and he didn't. I already had chains on my rear tires. I put chains on all 4 tires. I hooked up a tow cable to him, and I had to drag him 200 feet to a flat spot. So then I had him install his chains, which at the time he had owned a previous Ford Explorer, and they worked on that truck, but he had never checked them on his new vehicle, and I talked to him about that the day before. And so when I left him still installing his chains, which were difficult, and I issued him a citation for failure to comply with traffic control device, which is requiring chains.
When you came upon him the second time, he's got to be embarrassed. What did he say?
And when I asked for his ID to work on issuing the citation, he's like, "Don't you remember me?" And I said, "Yes, I remember you. I just don't have the paperwork from the previous accident. 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 Previous accident."
You've planned this trip for weeks, driven for hours, and finally, you've made it to Yosemite. Your pulse quickens at the sight of snow on the mountain. Ending a vacation prematurely is a sad thing. Don't waste time by going too fast.
You know, National Park Service employees don't just work. They also have lives of their own. My boss, Tom Medema, is no exception. And even though he was recently promoted to Chief of Interpretation and Education for the Park Service, Tom is a husband, a father, an athlete, a coach. Yes, coach of the Yosemite Winter Club ski team. And it's in that capacity I'd like to help you get to know Tom. The story picks up at the awards banquet for the Yosemite Winter Club's Silver Ski Race, where children from all over the Central Sierra compete.
So welcome everybody to Yosemite National Park. We're an amazing place to have a ski race, yeah?
Well, my name is Tom Medema, and I am currently the vice president of the Yosemite Winter Club, which is a club that's been in existence since 1928, promoting winter sports in Yosemite and the region. And I've been the vice president of the Winter Club for, I guess, 3 or 4 years now. And also, longer than that, I've been the head coach of the Yosemite ski team.
All right. Hey, great job. Great job today.
The Yosemite ski team has been around since the 1940s, back in the day when Leroy Rusty Rust,
How many of you know of Rusty Rust?
one of the early ski pioneers in Yosemite, one of the early ski instructors, formed the ski team, and
Rusty coached here in Yosemite for decade after decade.
they were referred to then as Rusty's Crappy Kids.
Hundreds and hundreds of racers throughout the course of time.
They used to race here and also throughout the Sierra.
It's kind of a proud heritage to be part of what Rusty started way back before many areas anywhere in the country had race teams.
And the ski team's been in different forms since the 1940s. It's been up, it's been down, like most things. It's been really big and really small. And we've been kind of seeing a resurgence, over the last 6 or 7 years, with the ski team growing again to almost 30 kids.
Had you coached skiing before?
Yeah, I've been coaching for a long time. I grew up racing in Michigan with my brothers and my family, and coached back there when I was in college. I coached local high school teams there, and then got out here, and a year or two after we got here, the ski team needed a coach, and so it was a great opportunity to jump back in and do what I love. It's a volunteer position. I get to, work at Badger Pass and help the kids. We host a race every year. The Silver Ski Race we host, and so all the things, the practice, the training, schlepping gates around, drilling holes in the snow, putting gates in, cleaning them up, helping the kids out. I mean, it's just all part of the deal, and it's just a lot of fun.
You say it's fun, but it sounds like a lot of work to me. What's that all about?
For me, family's one of the most important things there is, and ski racing and competition are one of those things that I grew up with in my family, and it was a tradition with my parents to spend our weekends together, to wax skis together, to load the car together and head up to the mountain together. We celebrated our races together. We celebrated our crashes together. It was just a tremendous opportunity for our family to grow and bond with each other. And that's something that I can find volunteering, to coach my own kids. And my wife is volunteers for the Winter Club as well, that we're all together on the weekends. And we're not going our separate ways and doing our own things. We spend our time waxing skis and traveling up to the ski area and hauling gear back and forth and on the hill together and celebrating the kids when they win medals and helping them out when they crash and burn. That's part of the deal. So it definitely keeps our family strong and carries on those traditions that I had as a kid, and hopefully my kids will coach their kids, and that tradition will continue when they're older as well.
So how did that family tradition get started?
In my own personal racing history, it's with my parents both decided to race, even though they were both older and weren't that. They saw that the kids were racing well, and we found a family ski racing challenge where you could race as a team with your mom or with your dad. You could race brother, father, mother, daughter. And so we entered this competition, and we actually, we won with my mom, who had never raced before and didn't really care to, but she wanted to anyway, so that she could be part of the whole thing. I can remember racing, together with them. And that sticks out the most, is when my parents actually decided to strap on the race skis and do it themselves and join the fun. That was an amazing time. And my own kids being able to find their success in probably the first time they ever got a trophy, ski racing, just seeing them on the podium and, what it meant to them and how proud they were. And they knew that it was part of a tradition, even though they're only 7, 8 years old, they've seen us race. They've seen the pictures at home, on the walls of my brothers and I and our trophies. And, so they get the meaning of the tradition for the family.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you like about skiing here?
I love to go fast, and I love to hit the gates. Get to race and get a chance at a medal, and it's just really fun.
What do you love about it?
Everything, really. Just like being coached and getting better every day and going fast. It's all just really fun.
I just like to ski because when you're going really fast down that hill, it's a pretty good feeling when you got that adrenaline pumping. Especially when you're going like 30 or 40 miles an hour. Jeez. It's pretty cool.
I like to race on the slalom courses because you go, it's really, really fast.
I like it because my dad, when he grew up, he was always skiing with his brothers, and now he's the coach of the ski team. And so I learned how to ski when I was really young, and now I really like it, and winter is my favorite season.
The fun of winter is just one of those things. It's one of the reasons I will always live in an area that has the winter season. I've lived in Washington and Michigan and Ohio and California. I always have to have access to that.
Your father's a ski coach.
Yeah.
What do you think of him as a coach?
Well, sometimes it's hard to listen to his directions because he's my dad.
It's not easy to coach your own kids. Anybody who out there who's a coach knows it's much easier to coach other people's kids than to coach your own.
But he gives me really good advice, and I try to listen as much as I can. But sometimes it's hard.
What makes it hard?
Because you're coaching them at home every day, and they don't want to hear it.
Because he's my dad, and he is always he's always been telling me how to do things, and so it's just kind of different because you feel like you're different than everyone else.
Does he treat you different than everybody else on the team?
No, he doesn't. But he pushes me and my brother really hard because he wants us to grow up and be good skiers. And just like he skied all through college, he raced, and so he wants us to do the same. And I think it would be really fun.
That feeling of seeing them up there and feeling, seeing the joy in their face of having achieved that and accomplished that on their own, and that's a special moment for sure. And there's a lot of pride involved. These winter sports are contagious, and it's different, it's fun. There's almost a little bit of a kind of survival element to winter sports because you've got to deal with the elements. It's not just going out and playing beach volleyball or going out and playing soccer on a nice green field. I think that a lot of our other sports don't quite have that same dynamic, and that adds a really special element, almost like I said, a survival element to these winter sports that make them even more challenging.
How do you think people from the warmer climates might relate to winter sports?
I think people from warmer climates, I see them come up to Yosemite all the time. What's the first thing they do? They start throwing snow at each other. It's the first thing they do. There are snowmen from here all the way to Badger Pass right now because people that come up from LA or the Bay Area, the first thing they do is want to get out and build a snowman. They want to get in the snow. So I think that special relationship with snow that people who live in winter climates have is something that everybody can appreciate no matter where they're from.
You seem really dialed into sports. Any particular reason?
Well, for me, it's, health is one of the biggest parts of it. It's just a healthy lifestyle. I mean, I grew up, cycling and playing tennis with my parents, and, we still ride a lot. My dad, my son, and I just did a week-long tour of Colorado together, 3 generations. So for me, sports is really about healthy living. And then the competition I love too. I mean, I love competing. I loved competing against my brothers. We used to race on weekends, and we raced in a program called NASTAR. And you could keep making runs as long as you paid $1. You could make another one and another one. And we would go back and forth. My brother Chris would beat me, and so I'd have to pay $1 and go do another run, and then I'd beat him, and then he'd go back up with his $1, and again and again and again, 10, 12, 13 runs, just back and forth, and it's fun.
That's great for you. But tell me, what do you think's in it for the kids?
That's a great question. I think kids love competition. You know, you see it on the school playgrounds. You know, you see it on the fields with how many kids are playing soccer now and doing all these other things. They love to compete with their friends. You know, this Saturday, for example, we set up a dual slalom course where the kids could run side by side and just race each other head to head. No clock, just whoever gets to the finish line first. It was the most fun we've had this whole year. Why is that? You know, why is it that all of a sudden you put them side by side against each other and they're just, I want to go against you, let's go against you, let's go again, let's switch courses, they just loved it.
That's great. Speaking of switching courses, I'd like to switch courses now and ask you about your perspective on family life here in Yosemite.
Family life in Yosemite is fantastic. It's one of those environments where you have so much support. You know, in a national park like this, where you're living rurally with many other park employees and their families, you make a lot of friends fast, and it's a community that just takes care of each other. And the small communities here of the Valley and Wawona and El Portal and the others, these are areas where a lot of people of like minds come to live and to work, and so you do find good friendships there. You find a lot of opportunities to recreate with your friends in a place like this. We've had limited cable for a long time, and there's a lot of homes that don't have TVs in them, and so you just find yourself spending a lot more time outside. The kids that come out of living in a place like Yosemite are really well-rounded. They tend to be more active politically than a lot of kids that I've run into in other places, and so it's really to me it's idyllic. It's an idyllic kind of setting for families, for kids to feel safe, to be able to venture outside. Their biggest concern is a mountain lion, as opposed to a lot of other things that they could find living elsewhere.
Seems like a lot of danger here that most people in other areas don't even have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, one of those things that you can't really understand until you experience, what it feels like to live in an area where there are lions and there are bears, and that's where your kids are playing outside, and they're going to play outside. You're going to allow them to do that, and the kids have an understanding of what that means. They understand, that they're in lion habitat, and that lions have a right to be there, and that they're out there hunting raccoons and small deer and things like that. They're not hunting kids, but they have to be aware. They have to be careful. They have to understand what the consequences are, and it adds a whole nother element to their outdoor play. And so as parents, you're very aware, that where you live is inherent with natural risk. You love that, and you love living in a place that has wild animals like mountain lions, that has raging rivers like the Merced, the Tuolumne, but also teaching the kids that healthy respect for the environment and taking care of themselves while they're out there. And the kids become very self-sufficient. And I know a story of one young lady here who went to college, and she hiked all the way from Yosemite to Evergreen College up in Olympia, Washington, on the Pacific Crest Trail. I mean, there just aren't kids coming out of a lot of places that are going to, throw their backpack on and walk to school 2 states away,
But it's like that whole thing about when I was your age, I walked to school 2 miles. That's right. Uphill both ways.
That's right. So this young lady's going to have the true story that, she walked 1,000 miles to school only once. But that's just, that's just the way that kids coming out of Yosemite have that connection to the environment that you just don't get in a lot of places. The schools are very small, and so we have small class sizes. Our local elementary school is about 50 kids, K through 6. Yosemite High School has about 6 kids in it right now this year, so it's very much an alternative kind of experience. Again, the academics, of course, are great, but the athletics too. The things that we do with the Winter Club, with the Yosemite Ski Team, with the youth hockey program. There's a figure skating program in the Valley. So even though they don't have some of those traditional sports, basketball and football and things like that in the local schools, the Winter Club in the wintertime here in Yosemite provides exceptional opportunities for them to have outlets in sports and athletics that a lot of kids don't get in a more traditional school setting. So I think there's a lot of advantages to living here and to being a student here, and to being a student here in the wintertime.
In your makes me want to sing. But I look forward to wildflowers, the first sign of spring. Tonight I'll light the fire and sing with my friends. Singing keeps me warm when a winter day ends, when a winter day ends.
All right, good night, everybody. Thank you.
Well, that's it for today. More Yosemite Voices podcasts are available either at the iTunes Store or at the Yosemite National Park website, www.nps.gov/YOSE. Look for photos and multimedia. Click on that and navigate to Yosemite Voices. You'll also find other media there, including a video podcast series called Nature Notes. Until next time, remember Yosemite is your national park. We'll stay here and take care of the place until you return. Podcasting from Yosemite Valley on this sunny May 6, 2010. It's Yosemite Voices.
Okay, a long time ago, when the earth was filled with water, there was a raft. Oh, get up.
The waxwings are going off. Look at the fly catching. We got to check this out.
She mostly recalled one soldier as she repeatedly said, "The man with the red shirt, the man with the red shirt."
Yosemite Voices is a series of radio podcasts intended to provide insights into the cultural and natural history and management of Yosemite. We also explore the lives and lifestyles of people who live and work here. Hi, I'm your host, Ranger Bob Roney. Today we'll get to know Moose Mutlow, who works for one of our partner organizations, the Yosemite Institute. He also works with the Yosemite Search and Rescue Team. Right now I'm sitting on the bank of Tenaya Creek, right close to where it moves into the Merced River. From here I can see Yosemite Falls off in the distance. The upper fall is backlit by the sun, and it is absolutely gorgeous. I remember reading a story about John Muir, who thought it would be really great to take the upper Yosemite Falls and freeze it and then carry it out into the center of Yosemite Valley, where people could walk around and enjoy all of its different features. After a dry spell of several years, it's great to see all this water, with plenty more in the high country in the form of snow. The May 1st snow survey showed about 140% of normal snowpack in the High Sierra here. This snow is critical to agriculture in the Great Central Valley, where much food is grown for our nation. Of course, while the water is here, it contributes greatly to Yosemite's beauty. The Park Service can't do everything that's needed to be done here in Yosemite, so we have partner groups that help us out in a number of ways. Moose Mutlow, yes, that's his name, is a multi-talented man who works for our environmental education partner, the Yosemite Institute. The Institute is a non-profit organization that provides week-long environmental education classes to thousands of students every year. I began my interview with Moose by asking him what he did for the Institute.
Right now I'm a compliance and planning specialist with the Yosemite Institute.
What exactly is that?
I'm actually in charge of the environmental impact statement for the new environmental education campus.
And that involves doing what?
It's a lot of paperwork, bureaucracy, sitting behind desks, I do a lot of phone calls, meetings, shuffling paper, more meetings, phone calls.
Sounds like a really interesting job.
Oh, fascinating. Unbelievably fascinating.
Is it fun for you to do this?
Yeah, it is actually. It's interesting to look at what the park has to deal with in order to guard the resource as far as trying to be ethical in development.
When you're not working on the environmental impact statements and things like that, what do you like to do around here?
I do a little bit of boating, a little bit of climbing, a lot of fishing, a lot of sitting like this on the log, just feeling the sun on my back. It's one of the greatest feelings in the world.
Feels great, doesn't it?
It's easily the best feeling.
I notice you have an accent. Can you tell us where you're from?
I'm originally from the industrial heartland of England, so Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Right in the middle. Birmingham, not Birmingham. Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Yeah. Brummy. It's great where I come from. They all talk like this.
Is it right?
It's really, really nice.
Nice. It's great.
It's great.
It's bloody great. Well, how does a person from Birmingham find themselves in Yosemite?
I used to be a wilderness guide, working all over the States and other countries, and I just got an opportunity to become an education director in one of the campuses of the Yosemite National Institutes, and ended up being lucky enough to be based up in the Olympic National Park. And then as I sort of progressed in the organization, I got a chance to come down here and be the education director down here. So I was here in that position for 3 years.
My recollection of when you were here before, you decided it was time to leave because you didn't want to spend a whole lot of time in any one place. And yet you have come back after a very brief disappearance. So tell me about that.
After 3 years of being an education director, it's an intense job. You're kind of on all the time and a lot of responsibility. And I made a decision I couldn't do it at the level I wanted to. Genuinely do it at the level I wanted to, much beyond that 3 years. And I made a decision to leave Yosemite. And I'd only come to Yosemite because of the job. I didn't come because of the place. And then funnily enough, within 3 months of leaving, I got another offer and jumped at it and came back in a executive function, essentially working on the planning process. So I don't do any program. And it's an extraordinary place.
That's what I'd like to hear you talk about a little more, because I mean, you said you came here not because of the place, but because of the job. Did you know anything about Yosemite when you first came here?
Not really. My first visit, there was a staff retreat down here, and I came in, and I was driven down into the valley from the north side, and you start to get an inkling about what you're coming into. And I'd seen it in books and magazines, and hadn't really understood what an impact it would have. I mean, it's an amazing sight to come around and just get glimpses and glimpses, and then finally get down the valley and see El Cap and the waterfalls and the river. It's an amazing setting. And I've been to a lot of places. I think there are definitely wilder places that I've been that I've loved, but there's something that at times you can't quite put your finger on it about Yosemite. Every time you think you're going to go and find another opportunity, something makes you stay. I think it's the place.
Come for the job, stay for the place.
It kind of is. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's like this silly season right now. All the visitors are coming back. There are people whipping by on bicycles. There are people stopping in really alarming places on the road. Each day I drive in the valley. I come from the south, and as you come through the Wawona Tunnel, there's this magnificent view opens up, and it's just been restored to the original historical view from the 1920s, I believe. And you kind of have to back off vehicles now because you have to be well behind them, because as they come through, they tend to swerve across the road because this view just boom, it opens up out of nowhere, and it's stunning. It's an amazing vista.
Your plans for the future? When this job ends, are you going to move on?
I think so. I mean, I think that Yosemite's always going to be here. I can always come back to Yosemite. And there's an interesting cross-culture of people that are here. There's people from a wide range of interests and backgrounds who all share their sort of vision of Yosemite and what Yosemite is. And it's it's more a state of mind sometimes.
Grandma's idea of heaven is right here.
Oh, it's just beautiful. I was wondering how deep it actually is because the water's so clear. You can just see to the bottom. So.
Hi, my name is Eiji. I'm from Japan. I have never seen such a great sight. That's all.
It's beautiful.
The rumbling and the noise and the motion and the energy.
It's awesome.
Exciting, fresh.
How minuscule you really are. I mean, it's part of nature. Beautiful. It's just, and then you even feel like an adrenaline flow just observing it, just being there.
He's been gaga all day.
It just looks like there's so much anger when it's coming over.
But it's like it has a life of its own, really. Merced River right now? Gosh, it's icy cold. I put my feet in the water and I tried to keep them in as long as I could, but it hurts.
It's pretty cold, but very, very, very refreshing.
Nice. We need the water.
I put my hands in the water and it felt wonderful. It was very refreshing.
We're from Texas, so everywhere we look, we're just so beautiful.
So clear, yeah. It's like fresh.
Magnificent. Breathtaking. I'm sorry my wife isn't here. Gorgeous.
Wonder. It makes you wonder how, how it came to be.
I think it was really, really pretty.
And refreshing and spiritual. Makes you wonder about the power behind all this. It's very soothing. I like the water. It's like so clean looking and beautiful. It's refreshing just to look at it. It makes you feel relaxed.
That environment makes me comfortable.
I felt so relaxed.
So we are just a small person in the big things, and it's very a good experience. Je découvre Yosemite. C'est vraiment super, je suis en short.
Мне очень нравится водоемы.
Я skier Yosemite. These Yosemite went to
Just smooth my nerves.
It smooths your nerves.
Yeah.
The sound.
No matter what language people speak, water holds a special place within us all. We need it for our bodies to survive. We love to get in it, float on it, or just watch it move in that wonderful way it ripples and roars, or stands perfectly still, reflecting the landscape. For some, water is beauty. For some, water is sacred. But no matter what language you speak, water can pose great danger.
There seems to be something about water in whatever environment you're in that people absolutely underestimate how quickly things can go wrong. We deal with families launching in areas that are closed in the valley a lot, and they'll sit there and be quite incensed that we've pulled them off the water, and yet we consistently go to a couple of areas and we're always pulling people off of those areas where they've wrecked in their rafts and getting stuck and hung up on timber, and they're just irate that their raft is broken. They don't look at it as, wow, I could have died here.
Moose Mutlow grew up in England, but has lived here in Yosemite for 5 or 6 years. He makes his living with the Yosemite Institute, an education partner, but he is also a member of the Yosemite Swiftwater Rescue Team.
The way this is going to work is, Moses, you're going to be the IC. There's going to be a scenario on the island, and there's going to be a scenario in the creek. There's triage that goes on with this. You've got 3 victims, and you're going to have the clock on there. We spend a few days each year with search and rescue, running over different techniques that we use in potentially rescuing people. For the most part, what we end up doing with the Swiftwater team is recovery. It's essentially you prepare for the best option, which is that somebody's alive, but the reality is that for the most part we're doing body recovery.
That's a pretty sad way to end a vacation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expects to come to the park and have a one-way ticket.
What are the factors involved?
It's the speed of the water, the steepness of the drainage, massive boulders with flow not just around them but underneath them, large amount of timber in there, and it's incredibly aerated. It's what you see as the surface. The white water is a mixture of air and water. It has less buoyancy, so people float below that, even with a flotation device.
So essentially, there's just no way you can float on top of the bubbles.
You're underneath, and so you're going to be fighting to find the surface. And when you're fighting to find the surface, you're not necessarily in a safe swimming position. You're normally straight up and down like you were standing, and you're fighting to get to the surface. And what that does is it exposes the whole area below your waist to getting hit or pinned by rocks. And so typically you'll hear about people getting foot or leg entrapments, or they'll sustain a headshot, in which case they'll lose consciousness and then they're in a position where they can't be fighting for air.
Well, we have people drowning in the river where it's essentially flat.
And a lot of times that you see where people are going in, it's the coldness of the water, that people aren't ready for that snow melt. The coldness of the water gives them a shock, and they breathe in sharply, and at that point they actually aspirate water. They actually bring water into their lungs, and then they're fighting to get rid of that water. They're coughing, they're spluttering, and they're not able to focus on actually looking after themselves in the water, and as a result it's a pretty fast end. And so to think about a child going in who hasn't got the experience that the rescuers have in and around this park and actually float differently. Children float head down. Their weight is up in their head. And so they're fighting to get their heads above the water. That would be a terrifying event.
There are incidents that have happy endings. And in fact, some can be a bit comical when people realize they've done something pretty foolish.
There are two rescues I can think of now. There's a classic area up by Mirror Lake where people jump off the shore. They're able to get a little bit of speed up and they're able to sort of take a running jump and then land on a boulder. Well, they're on the boulder with the water ripping by them. And they turn around and they realize that the only thing that got them out there was those 2 or 3 steps beforehand to get the momentum up to be able to jump on it. Well, they're now standing on a rock that's the size, the top of it's a dinner plate. And they can't get the momentum to jump back. And they just have to sit there until we go and get them. And that's one that sort of comes to mind. There's always a fairly sheepish individual sitting on there who's relieved to see us and understands it probably wasn't the best decision. Or the other one I think about is people launching with inadequate gear when they go rafting, and it's super cold and they fall in and they get out on an island and they know they don't want to go back in the water again, and they know they don't want to get back in their boat again if they have their boat with them because they're scared. And you go out and swim out and get them, and the first thing you say, you look at them and you say, how are you feeling right now? And they're like, I'm a little embarrassed and cold. And it's better to be embarrassed and cold because they didn't get back in the water, but they should never have got themselves in that position in the first place.
Embarrassed and cold is better than
dead and cold. Yeah. Up until last year, I said for most people who had accidents, it was either stupidity or bad luck or a combination of the two. And last year, we had a drowning that sort of I flipped it a little bit and put another one, is that it's sort of ignorance, is that people just don't get the power of nature and what's going on around them, that they want to touch it, they want to be close to it, and they have no idea that there's no safety piece that actually keeps them back. And that's what happened to a young man last year. Is I don't think he had any reference point that what he was doing would ultimately lead to his death.
What was he doing?
He was putting his hand in the water to feel how cold it was.
That's all?
Pretty much. He bent down to touch the water, and 300 feet, 100 meters later, he was stuck under a rock and gone. This isn't Disney World. This isn't a ride that you just punch a ticket and ride around and you expect to get off at the end, because that's the way theme parks work. We're not a theme park. This is this is a wild place, and wild places live by a different set of rules, a much more profound set of rules.
More than 200 people have either drowned or gone over waterfalls since 1870, and certainly more people died in prehistoric times.
We get pulses on drownings. We had one last year. We've had higher numbers, 5 and 7 in other years. The demographic is typically young males out on rocks in places they shouldn't be with bravado and invincibility. And then 99.9% of the time, they don't even think about it and they have a great story. But the other 0.1 is it's absolute heartbreak, and a family will never get over it because it was absolutely pointless. I think about a young man who went off the top of Yosemite Falls who was posing for photographs. And the first photograph gets taken and he's pretending to fall off the edge. And his buddy says, hey, let's do another one, make it more realistic. And he went off the edge as that photograph was being taken. It's an interesting thing because I think if you drew a comparison with would people stand right next to a interstate, would they stand so close that they could be hit by the mirrors of the vehicles going by, they would say no. And would you stand right on the edge of a cliff that was 1,000 feet? No, but if you put them next to a river or walk them moving at 20 miles an hour and it's snowmelt and it's infinitely more powerful than they can ever be, people don't have the same buffer in their sort of consciousness of saying, hey, this might be a dangerous thing to be doing. And that's where people pay for it.
Those of us here in Yosemite want people to have a great time. And nothing can be worse or sadder than a family losing a loved one. One moment they're experiencing joy, and the next they're in the depths of grief. Moose has one last story that tells it all.
There was a drowning near Mirror Lake, and if you look at that water, it's a very narrow stream. It's funneled through a pretty defined area, two big rocks, and a young man was just clambering around on the rock. Him and his buddy had come to the park with his buddy's family, and they were going to climb on the rock to look at the water. And there's actually a video, the family's shooting a video, and you see his buddy get up on the rock and sort of scramble up, and he struggles to do that, so he goes round the corner, and he maybe goes out 12 feet to the left of where his buddy was, and he looks back at the camera and he's smiling, and then he goes to climb up on the rock and he loses his footing and he falls in the water. And the last shot, as they're sort of realizing something's going wrong, is him so tantalizingly close to the shore. And you see him reach out, and it's a matter of inches, and he's just swept away. And he went maybe less than 100 feet and got pinned and drowned. And I think about that one a lot, because that young man had absolutely no idea that his little bit of very innocent exploration at the water's edge was going to have that horrible consequence. And I think anybody who was there who would have seen that, it would have affected them deeply. And it took us just over a day to get his body out. And when you pull out, when you're trying to do a body recovery, when you're fighting against the force of the water, you have to use an equivalent force or greater to move a body out. And no family member should ever see their child being removed from that situation, because it's a very It's a disturbing image to see your loved one covered in ropes being pulled to the shore. And it's not. And when you pull the person out, it's not the person that they loved. It's a vessel full of water. Yeah, it's just very sad. Very sad.
If I have a photo with you?
Not at all.
Thanks very much.
And now I can interview you.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can tell me all about how much you love these waterfalls.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
So, where are you from?
From London.
London?
UK, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The man who is going to tell us about the bad accidents that he's seen on the rivers here in the valley is from Birmingham.
Oh yeah. Oh, we used to live in Coventry, all of us. We're a band and we're on tour here in California.
Oh, is that right?
And we went to a music school in Coventry, which is about 10 minutes on the train. It's cool.
What's the band name?
Trip to Dover. My name is Lewis Morgan and I play drums.
My name is Johannes Staal and I play keys.
My name is Rob Milichev. I play bass.
My name is Olga Taal and I sing and I play guitar. So yeah, I front the band.
Trip to Dover.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
How long are you in the States?
For 5 weeks total.
5 weeks.
Yeah, we've been here 2 weeks now, but we've got 5 days off at the moment, so we were like, we've got to come and see Yosemite.
It's a good place to go.
Yeah,
definitely.
So what do you think so far?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. What kind of feelings do you have when you stand here below this huge waterfall?
Yeah, I don't really know. It's quite hard to put into words. It's quite kind of breathtaking, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
We were just saying that the way the water's falling down, it kind of looks like sort of animals or like wolves or dragons or something trying to, I don't know, get hold of something, or ghosts or something like that. It doesn't, when you turn the tap on and you see the water falling out, you see it as just kind of this clear stream, whereas like this, it's just so much, I don't know, there's so much more to it, isn't there?
Yeah. So maybe you should write a song about it.
Maybe. It's certainly an inspiring place.
Oh yeah. So how much of the park have you seen? Did you just enter?
Yeah, we got here about 2 hours ago, I think. But we keep stopping on the road every 5 minutes to take pictures and have a look at things. So,
what do you think
about this place?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really cool. I was just saying earlier, like it's really, you can't really capture it. Like you can't really take a picture of it, or like you can't even move it and like show it at home because like it affects all your senses, if that makes sense. So like you see it, like we see the water falling, but we also you can smell like the water in the air, and you can hear it falling, and you can like feel the water on your skin, and you can taste it, if you know what I mean. So like, it's like all senses are really kind of busy taking everything in. So you really have to come here, I think, to actually experience what it is. That's really cool.
Yeah, it puts a spell on you.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's like an understanding of an understanding or something. Like you learn it in school, so you know it's just snow that melts, then water falls down, and then it just comes down, and in the end goes to the ocean, and it all makes sense, and you have this scientific model, and you know exactly how it works. But then you see it, and it's just like, surely the water must run out in an hour or something, and it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just amazing how when the water hits the rocks, it turns into mist, because it's hitting at such a high velocity, it seems to just turn into mist.
One of the things about this waterfall is they all have their own character. And this one tends to be really smoky feel to it.
Yeah. There's another one over there, I've noticed.
Yeah, that's Ribbon Fall.
Oh, yeah.
It is 1,600 feet high.
Wow.
How is this one?
That's about 600. So imagine 1,000 feet higher.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right. Trip to Dover.
Yeah.
All right. Have a great stay here.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, that's it for today's Yosemite Voices. Watch for our next podcast. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. It'll be interesting and informative, and best of all, it'll be about your favorite place and mine, Yosemite National Park. Be sure to subscribe to our podcasts, either through the National Park Service website or at the iTunes Store. So until next time, remember, Yosemite is your national park. We'll take care of things here until you return. So long. I'm Ranger Bob Roney.
In the heart of California's rugged Sierra Nevada sits Yosemite National Park. From soaring cliffs and giant waterfalls to enormous trees and tranquil meadows, Yosemite is a landscape of diversity. The park is the destination for millions of visitors each year, and with some of the finest scenery in the world, it's easy to understand why. Humans are dwarfed by a scale and power that can only be found in the natural world. Trees that live for thousands of years, waterfalls that pour hundreds of feet, and granite walls that climb unbroken for more than a half-mile. In Yosemite, these features have combined to create a landscape like no other. At over 1,000 square miles, an entire lifetime could be spent exploring Yosemite National Park. 95% of Yosemite is designated wilderness, free from roads and cars, and crossed with hundreds of miles of trails. Outside of these wilderness areas, highways enter Yosemite from the west and south, while inside the park, the Tioga Road crosses over the mountains to the eastern Sierra. These roads provide access to many different areas in Yosemite. Visitors, Yosemite Valley is the heart of Yosemite National Park. But at just 7 square miles, the valley is only one part of a much bigger place. High above the valley floor, Glacier Point sits on the south rim of Yosemite Valley. The Glacier Point Road winds its way through stunning mountain scenery, and a short walk provides a bird's-eye view of Yosemite Valley, thousands of feet below. To the east lies Half Dome and Tenaya Canyon, while beyond the valley, vast forests dominate the Yosemite landscape. Sugar pine, red fir, ponderosa. Within Yosemite, some of these trees are the largest and tallest of their kind. But in 3 distinct groves stand the towering giant sequoias, the biggest trees in the world. At the southwestern corner of the park lies the largest and most accessible, the Mariposa Grove. This is home to some of the largest trees on Earth, and to be among these giants is a humbling experience. These big trees inspired protection of Yosemite nearly 150 years ago, and they still inspire visitors today. The Mariposa Grove is one of the finest forests in the world, and a visit here is an important part of the Yosemite experience. While the western slopes are covered with ancient forests, the high peaks on the east side of Yosemite present a very different landscape. North of Yosemite Valley, the Tioga Road winds through a wonderland of rock on its way to Tuolumne Meadows and the Yosemite High Country. Along the way, the road passes Olmsted Point, where visitors enjoy an interesting view of Half Dome. Around the corner lies Tenaya Lake, one of the largest and most accessible lakes in Yosemite, and the perfect place to spend a summer afternoon. Over the hill from Tenaya Lake sits Tuolumne Meadows. Like Yosemite Valley, this land was sculpted by glaciers. But instead of a deep canyon, the moving ice formed sharp peaks and rounded domes. The wide-open scenery of Tuolumne Meadows is very different from other areas of the park, and many of the plants and animals found here are unlike those at lower elevations. The more time you spend exploring Yosemite National Park, the more likely you are to experience change in Yosemite. In the fall, Yosemite Valley is an explosion of color as the shadows lengthen and the days grow shorter. By the new year, the mountains are blanketed in white and the park is transformed into a winter wonderland. As temperatures drop, waterfalls can become ice falls. Usually, winter is a quiet time in Yosemite, but when spring comes, the park will experience its biggest change. While the high peaks and passes are still buried deep under snow, the lower elevations are a carpet of wildflowers. This migrating bloom will last throughout the summer as it slowly works its way up the mountain slope. As temperatures rise, the snow begins to melt, and quiet waterfalls are brought back to life. By early summer, the sound of water thunders throughout the park. These high flows may last for months, but by summer's end, the rivers have calmed. Some creeks and streams will stop running completely, and even Yosemite Falls can run dry. Exploring a landscape as dynamic as Yosemite National Park is very rewarding. But the natural forces that make the park so compelling can also present some very real dangers. Water is one of Yosemite's biggest attractions. Generated from melting snow, the water here is cold and swift, especially in the springtime. Visitors must respect all warning signs and realize that wet rocks along streams and rivers can be very slick. Do not go beyond fences or railings, and never swim in swift water or above waterfalls. Even with all this water, it's important to remember that Yosemite can also be hot and dry. Protect yourself from the sun, which is more intense at higher elevations, and carry and drink plenty of water. Know your limits, and always keep safety in mind as you experience your Yosemite. The mission of the National Park Service is to protect the park for future generations while providing enjoyment to today's visitors. This protection makes Yosemite a great place to see diverse wildlife in its native habitat. To further protect wildlife and yourself, do not feed or approach any animal. For the protection of black bears, visitors are required to store all food, garbage, and scented items properly. Protecting wildlife also means driving with care. Hundreds of animals, from squirrels to bears, are struck and killed by cars each year. Mountain roads are often narrow and winding, and driving conditions can change rapidly. In the winter, snow and ice can make driving difficult, and four-wheel drive and chain restrictions are often in effect. In the summer, traffic and congestion, especially in Yosemite Valley, can bring cars to a standstill. If you park your car, you'll find that there are many other ways to experience Yosemite National Park. In the valley, the easiest way to get around is on the Yosemite Shuttle. These free buses run throughout the day, and they stop at nearly every point of interest in Yosemite Valley. In addition to buses, bicycles are a great way to explore Yosemite. Miles of bike paths wind through the valley, and rental bikes are available throughout the summer. For those who are looking for more activity, Yosemite is a hiker's paradise. In the valley, a short trail leads to the base of Yosemite Falls, while the popular Mist Trail follows the Merced River up to spectacular Vernal and Nevada Falls. In Tuolumne Meadows, mountain peaks and alpine lakes are all within a day's walk, while in Mariposa Grove, many will visit the Grizzly Giant, one of the largest trees in Yosemite. Throughout the park, hundreds of miles of trails await your discovery. If you're inspired to learn more about Yosemite, join a ranger-led walk. Free ranger programs are given daily, and they're a great way to make a deeper connection to Yosemite National Park. No matter which part of Yosemite you choose to explore, a good place to start is at a visitor center. In the valley, an exhibit hall tells the story of Yosemite's geologic past, as well as its rich natural and human history. While in the theater, the film Spirit of Yosemite presents a dramatic overview of the park. At the nearby Indian Village, visitors can learn about the first people of Yosemite Valley, and exhibits and demonstrations at the Indian Cultural Museum provide a window to the past. Near the Mariposa Grove, the Wawana Hotel and Golf Course reminds us of the early years of Yosemite National Park, while the nearby Pioneer Yosemite History Center brings the past to life. A blacksmith's hammer and a horse-drawn coach transports us to the days of log cabins and covered bridges.
I mean, Horsetail Fall is an amazing natural phenomenon if you see it under the right circumstances, when there's enough water, when the light's right. This thin ribbon of water just glowing neon orange with the cliff and the shade behind it, so it just seems like it has its own sort of light, that there's nothing else creating it. So it's really an amazing and beautiful thing to see. You know, even if you don't photograph it, just standing there watching it under those circumstances is, I think, a really cool thing.
Well, Horsetail Falls, I've always called it El Capitan Fall, was something we saw in the spring every year, and it was wonderful, but it was sort of an ephemeral waterfall that if you had a good snow year and you had a lot of water at once, it was pretty spectacular.
The earliest photograph of Horsetail Fall that I know of was made by Ansel Adams sometime in the 30s, and it's black and white. It's hard to tell whether he or anyone from that era knew about, you know, that orange color, that orange glow on Horsetail Fall at that certain time of year. Even if Ansel Adams did know about it, he probably didn't care because he was photographing in black and white. So, you know, what does he care about some orange color?
This is an Ansel Adams photograph of the Horsetail Falls or El Capitan Falls in a profile view. This was taken around 1952, according to his notes. The color is there, but his camera is only going to produce a black and white image, and his exposure and his treatment of the darkroom was such to make it look like what he wanted it to be, not necessarily what you and I would see at that same time.
The first photograph of that neon orange glow on Horsetail Fall that I know of, or I think anyone knows of, was made by Galen Rowell, very famous photographer, in 1973, I think. And he describes being here in the valley, being kind of on the other side of the valley, and seeing that light on Horsetail Fall and driving around the valley, exceeding the speed limit to get to a spot and photograph it. And I think his photograph is still one of the best that I've ever seen of it.
Hi, I'm Tony Rowell. We're at the Mountain Light Gallery in Bishop, California. We're looking at my father, Galen Rowell's famous image of last light on Horsetail Fall on El Capitan. 38 years later, after thousands of people have photographed the fall, I think he would be flattered that so many people are coming to photograph this rare phenomenon.
Well, we're here because we want to see the famous fire falls.
I'm here because he wants to see it.
I'm the photographer.
Well, you don't get to see this in anywhere in the world, I think. This is a most special waterfall, glowing in red. Where do you get there? Yeah.
Well, it looks a little bit like the old firefall that they used to have off of Glacier Point.
The firefall basically was around 5 in the afternoon. They would build a bonfire, light a bonfire of red fir bark right on the edge at Glacier Point. And it burned down, and usually by about 9 o'clock, it was just a pile of red coals. And they had these long pushers. They'd opened the little gate and started pushing, and they tried to keep a steady flow of the coals going over the edge until all the coals were gone.
Then the waiting fire tenders push the coals over the brink. Silently, the glowing cascade fans out into a fiery cataract, drifting down in slow, majestic motion. For a fleeting moment, its beauty holds you spellbound. Then you gather it up as your most treasured memory of Yosemite, Valley of Enchantment.
We're hoping to capture that fleeting moment when nature kind of comes together and produces something spectacular. I think if the sunlight cooperates and the clouds don't come in, we could have something that'll be really special.
Trying to photograph Horsetail Fall gives you an appreciation for the movement of the sun, the changing angles of the sun during the year, the changing water flow from the snowpack and the temperature.
It only occurs in February for a 2-week period and doesn't occur every single year. It depends on if there's water flowing, if you've got a nice clear sky. If you have any clouds or any fog, you won't get this. So you may miss it for years. It may not occur.
That's one thing as a photographer, you learn more about weather than anything else. And just looking at this, I'm hoping that it doesn't, get any more occluded, any more tight between those cirrus clouds.
As the sun's starting to set, the shadows will run across the face of El Capitan. That light source will start to shrink in and just hit the hit the waterfall and cause the water to glow. Yellow, orange, red. Makes it look like lava.
That makes the picture very special if you can take a good picture, because it's nothing to do with your technique or with anything. It's just, the luck.
You sit here and you watch this gray and silver and white, and pretty soon a little pink comes up, and then it gets redder and redder, and it lights up like someone put makeup on it.
I mean, obviously there's the photography aspect, and then there's people who like Yosemite, and if you happen to like both the things, then that's probably why you want to keep trying to come back. I'm sure many of these people have come every year. They don't just come once.
No matter what your level of expertise is, you're going to go home with pictures that you're going to love, because it's hard to take a picture of Yosemite that isn't great. Photography is probably an excuse to come out here, see the sights. Good excuse to come up here and spend some time.
You can't go anywhere without getting something special. Everything here is special. Everything from the air you breathe to the sunrise, the sunsets, the fog in the valley. It just goes on and on.
I don't know, it's just breathtaking to me. Just breathtaking. I think that's it. There's always another photo. There's always another experience in the exact same spot you're at. So you just need to be open. And it just keeps giving gift after gift after gift.
If you explore the crest of the Sierra Nevada or look at a map of these mountains, you will see that there are high plateaus scattered throughout the range. In Yosemite, at places like Mount Excelsior, Kuna Crest, Parsons Peak, we find these high flat plateaus up at elevations around 12,000 feet.
Right along the crest, you had these plateaus that stuck out above the glaciers. And so actually the glaciers were carving around them. So they've ended up being kind of these isolated islands where we find unusual plant species that don't occur anywhere else.
When you drive up the Tioga Road and you look up at the peaks around you, you see where the forest ends, and then it looks like all rock and ice. But if you take the trouble to get up onto that rocky summit, in between the rocks is just the most incredible rock garden of wildflowers of every color, of every shape. The plants are very short. They might only be a few inches in diameter, but most of them will count their lives in decades. And some of the larger ones very likely count their lives in centuries. The diversity and the variety and the sheer aesthetic beauty of it is just overwhelming.
One more Andrassy in there. So today we're just going to do a survey of this tiny little primrose up here. And we'll also take GPS coordinates, where it is, map it so we'll know where it is. And then also try to figure out what the associated species are that it likes to grow with. So one kind of plant will often co-occur with another kind of plant, and that can be an indicator of what kind of environment you're likely to find it in.
We're working on a project funded by the Yosemite Conservancy to inventory the plants found in these sky islands. How many plants there are, where they're found, what habitats they prefer to live in. The purpose of this is to understand how these plant communities may change over time.
Well, one of the showiest flowers that we have up here is the sky pilot, and it's bright purple blue. The color is really hard to describe, actually. But it's funny because you'll be walking up these slopes and you'll just think, oh my gosh, it's all rock. And then you get up a little closer and you start seeing this brilliant blue purple color everywhere.
We've got several species of alpine buckwheat up here. It's a classic cushion plant with very dense, hair-covered leaves. So these are white-flowered, turning red once they've been pollinated. But once a pollinator lands, there's a little signal here like, oh, well, this is the flower that still has nectar, still has pollen, still wants to be pollinated.
The other really nice one are the alpine gold, and it's a daisy. The bighorn sheep like to graze on it, but that's a really special plant if you get a chance to see that one.
These plants that we see up here are adapted to live in this cold, dry, windy world. We find them only in these highest places. If the climate changes, they can't go any higher, and they may not be able to adapt fast enough. So we want to learn as much as we can about these plants while they're still here.
I was expecting the plant diversity up here to be pretty low, maybe like 25, 40 species or so, but right now we're at around 100 species up at this site. So the diversity here is really surprising to me.
Biologically speaking, the frontier is still all around us. There's still a lot to be discovered. Who knows? We'll find lots of things up on this mountaintop we didn't expect to find here. It just takes a lot of careful, close observation. We get up here and we walk around and we get down on our hands and knees and look very closely at the flora, and we find all kinds of stuff that nobody had any idea was up here.
The sense of scale involved in looking in the sky is enormous. you realize that we live on a tiny spaceship that's orbiting this average star in a galaxy full of 200 billion stars.
I think when people come up from the cities, often one of the first things I hear is, oh my God, I can't believe how many stars there are. And it's true, there's an infinite amount of stars. And when you live your life in the cities and the suburbs and places surrounded by lights, you don't really get to appreciate how profound and magnificent the night sky is.
We think people have been looking at this night sky from this place for maybe 8,000 or 9,000 years. For me, I just feel that kinship with people across time, the people I'm standing here with presently as well as the people who have been here before.
This is Stars Over Yosemite, the Glacier Point Star Party. This is one of the best places in the country to observe the night skies. We have not only dark skies because we're well away from the city lights, but we also have steady skies. It's just something about the nature of being here at 7,200 feet. I've had probably more good nights at Glacier Point than pretty much anywhere else.
So many kids are growing up in urban settings and even suburban settings that the light pollution is so intense. Until you leave that setting and go out to a place where there is a dark night sky, you have no idea what you're missing.
A lot of people that live in cities haven't even seen the Milky Way. And so most people don't even know it's there because there's, the skylight is mainly, the sky is mainly the color of the street lights of their city. When people come out here, they're just amazed at what they can see. And once you get dark adapted, then you actually can see your shadow out here from the light of the Milky Way. It's that dark.
One of the reasons that astronomers like to come here and do these public programs is we love to share what we know. We love to take our really cool equipment and share views that we see all the time with people who never get a chance to see this.
Oh, wow. The big oval shape, that's the Andromeda Galaxy. There's about 600 billion stars there. There's more stars in that galaxy than there are people on the Earth by a factor of 100.
This is called the Ring Nebula, the star blew out a lot of its gas into this big ring of gas.
This is so cool.
Right now I'm looking at M51, which is a galaxy.
Okay.
It's about 25 million light years away, so there's a good 200 or 300 billion stars in that galaxy.
Wow.
And figure there's probably a dozen planets around each star, so you're probably looking at somewhere in the range of 30 billion planets as well.
Wow.
Why do you find all this interesting?
Why?
Yeah.
I find it fascinating just to be able to learn about the universe, what is out there in the universe.
So I've come up here to Pothole Dome up in the Tuolumne Meadows region of Yosemite National Park because I want to shoot some time-lapse tonight. I'm shooting this footage because this is something that I'm passionate about. I love being able to show the beauty of Yosemite, and especially to be able to show that through the nighttime skies. And I'm really excited because I've just recently been able to start doing longer dolly moves. So I'm going to go for a 12-foot move tonight, and the moon's going to come up about halfway during the move, which is going to give a really cool effect. And so when the moon hits, it'll light up the scene really nicely, and yet before it hits, we'll also be able to get to see the stars in all their glory in the Milky Way. So coming to a place like Yosemite, it gives you an experience of a lifetime to be able to look up at the stars and realize how small we really are in this ultimate universe that we live in.
In the national parks, we really value this dark night sky experience, so we're actually quantifying it. We have a dark night sky team looking at what the skies look like in our national parks. Started taking digital imagery of the horizons to see what the light pollution levels were, to know if our dark night sky experience is improving or decreasing. and thereby be able to take measures with nearby communities to help preserve that night sky experience. Light pollution is something that we can change overnight. You can change the bulb that you put in your outdoor light. You can put a covering on it so it focuses just where you want the light instead of putting that light out that we're seeing as light pollution.
Fear of the dark is a very powerful thing, and for those of us who love the dark, we hope to convince other people that the dark doesn't have to be quite so scary and that we can recover a lot of the night sky that we've lost. It's a very important part of Yosemite, and it deserves to be part of what's protected in this park.
Most of the national parks in the United States were founded on their geology. Yellowstone displays volcanic features. The Grand Canyon shows millions of years of sedimentary history. And here in Yosemite, the geologic story is primarily one of granite. Granite is what's known as an igneous rock, which means it's born of fire. It cooled and solidified from magma or molten rock, and when magma erupts on the surface, we think of it as lava. Basically, granite started off as something similar to that. It was red hot, fluid rock, but instead of making it up to the surface and erupting as lava in a volcano, it stayed many miles below the surface and cooled there very slowly over thousands of years. And because it cooled so slowly, it allowed very large crystals to form.
It's a very coarse-grained rock, and that's the key to its strength. This rock spent a long time at high temperatures, cooled very slowly, and that allowed a lot of the cracks to be annealed out of it, making a very strong rock. So the glaciers had a hard time moving it, and that's what allows you to carve the kind of landscape that you can see over my shoulder here.
Granite is among the toughest rocks on the planet. I mean, it's very, very strong stuff. So when glaciers were moving through here, they certainly were able to erode and sculpt the landscape some. But a lot of the domes, the smooth ridges that we see up here in the high country, they're really a testament to the fact that glaciers weren't able to do a lot of eroding of this landscape.
One of the things that makes Yosemite such a great place for us as geologists to work is that nature has taken these rocks and polished them for us. And so we can come out here and literally crawl around on our hands and knees looking at beautifully polished specimens that in places are polished almost as well as a commercial company would polish up your kitchen countertops for you. So we can see the relationships among these minerals. We can see into the guts of what was a magma chamber and see
what was going on then frozen in time for us.
Every visitor to Yosemite, I think, experiences granite in some way. I mean, you can't hardly not experience granite in a park like this where most of what you see is granite. And that can range from just taking a quick stroll off the side of the road to a place like Olmsted Point, to taking the hike up Half Dome, up to the summit, to spending 4 or 5 days climbing up El Capitan. I think more than most visitors, rock climbers have a really good sense for granite.
Climbers take advantage of lots of the geologic features of the granite, such as these feldspar knobs that stick out, such as the occasional cracks, such as some of the dark blobs of different kind of rock in the granite that weather out that you can use for handholds or footholds. Okay, so what minerals have you got so far?
Biotite, quartz, and potassium feldspar.
Okay. What else might you expect to be on this rock? Well, I got my class, it's a first-year seminar at the University of North Carolina. We come out here every fall, and we always bring them into Yosemite for at least a day because it's an experience that everyone needs to have as soon as possible in their lives.
You know, Yosemite is a great place to just come learn more about granitic rocks. You'll see them everywhere. You can easily walk around on them, look at them closely, and I think it helps that you can be studying these rocks in such an inspiring place, you know, where the landscape just sort of opens your mind up to trying to understand it better.
When I walk around here and look at the granites, I think I understand a lot about how most of the features that I see formed. I can see cracks that filled with magma. I can see blobs of a dark magma that were caught up in a lighter magma. And we can understand that by studying it, by doing chemical analyses, by doing experiments to try to duplicate some of these things. But there are a lot of features out here that none of us understand. When you walk around on these glaciated surfaces, you can find a lot of really unusual things. Some of them I think we understand, and some of them are great mysteries. I've been to this place maybe half a dozen times, and I really have no idea how this formed. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in a granite. Seeing things like this is kind of humbling. I think we understand a lot about the granites in Yosemite and how they form and over what time period they form and so forth. But you walk around a corner, you run into something like this, and it's really humbling. It says there are a lot of mysteries out there still left to solve.
I think a lot of visitors, when they come to the park, they're not thinking about geology per se, but you know, they're here to experience this beautiful place. It's right here in the core of Yosemite that we have the best exposure of granite, and that's also where we have the most amazing landscapes in Tuolumne Meadows, in Yosemite Valley. They are a direct result of the granite that's here.
Some people believe that the word Yosemite comes from the word for grizzly bear. Grizzly bears have a very strong connection to Yosemite, although it's been a very long time since we've seen one in Yosemite. The Miwok people in Yosemite Valley were divided into moieties. There were people south of the river who were named for Coyote, Ahele, and they were water people. People north of the river were land people, and they were named for grizzly bear, or Yosemite. Mati referring to bear, Uzu referring to grizzly. The black bear is called Humati. For the Miwok people, the grizzly bear was the, for lack of a better term, spirit animal, the protector of the people.
People are fascinated by grizzlies. They kind of embody these human traits that we as a culture admire. Persistence, never say die, undaunted. And so we raise the animal to this icon that we think exemplifies our better natures. This depiction of the grizzly as being heroic and iconic for the state of California.
Yosemite is a 24-hour park, and it's well illustrated by the numbers of people who are going to go out all night long and take pictures of moonbows.
Yosemite is world famous for its waterfalls. A lot of people who come in the summertime are aware that we have all these rainbows at the base of these falls. A lot of people don't realize that we even get rainbows at night in Yosemite. If there's a full moon and the sky is clear, the moon, which is just reflected sunlight, is actually enough light to generate a rainbow at a place like Yosemite Falls.
What is so optimistic about a rainbow? You ever been in a thunder shower and it's so oppressive and pounding on you, and then it stops and is passed on further away, and you look up and there are all these black clouds? And then in front of the black clouds is this brilliant arc of color.
Rainbows are often something that we associate with the all-clear signal. After the storm passes, here's the rainbows. We're going to be fine. We're going to make it. You know, we survived the storm. But to go to places like Bridalveil Fall or the Mist Trail, you get the rainbow without the storm.
There are places where you can go, and they're very predictable. Bridalveil Fall, Yosemite Fall, Lower and Upper, Vernal Fall, Nevada Fall. I've been to so many waterfalls. There are rainbows in every single one of them, and all you need is a little physics to figure out when to be there. It's just the way light goes into a droplet of water, bounces a couple of times, and then comes back out. Going in, it's refracted a little. Coming out, it's refracted a little, and that spreads white light to all the different colors in the rainbow.
When you're on the trails in Yosemite, you'll see folks come around the corner on the Mist Trail or on the Bridalveil Falls Trail, and they'll see that rainbow, and everyone just so excited. They all want to take a picture of it. It's just like, oh wow, rainbow, rainbow, and you know, there's sort of a magical property to them. People have been experiencing and photographing the moonbows at Yosemite Falls for years. Even John Muir wrote about these lunar rainbows, or spray bows as he called them, back in the 1800s.
Their colors are as distinct as those of the sun, and regularly and obviously banded, though less vivid. Fine specimens may be found any night at the foot of the upper Yosemite Fall, glowing gloriously amid the gloomy shadows and thundering waters, whenever there is plenty of moonlight and spray.
The popularity of moonbows has increased as the popularity of photography has increased. Moonbows have now become a very popular subject for photographers, and on the full moon of May or June in Yosemite, you can literally find hundreds of photographers up at Lower Yosemite Falls taking photographs of this lunar rainbow.
I tend to think of all the people who are up there. For them, that is a wild experience. The feel of the spray, the chill in the air, and the roar of the water, those are things that all add to actually being there. And it's a beautiful thing to see a photograph, but the photograph, it may as well be daylight and somebody painted a few stars, in the sky up there.
I think a lot of people don't realize that moonbows occur on lots of waterfalls here in Yosemite. You can find moonbows on Cascades Waterfall, Ribbon Falls, Wapama Falls out by Hetch Hetchy, and even Bridal Veil Fall gets a moonbow at the right time of year.
It has its own romantic and beautiful sense to it. It's ethereal.
From the night skies and the Milky Way to the full moon rising to these lunar rainbows, the beauty here doesn't end when the sun goes down. You can have a unique experience 24 hours a day in Yosemite.
Water is asleep when it's in a pond. Water is drowsy when it's in a slow-moving river. But when water suddenly notices that the earth has gone away, it wakes up. And so a waterfall is water that has awakened. It's awakened to the reality that it's alive, and that it's flowing, and that it's moving through the air. And that awakening in the water seems to wake up something in us too.
Even lakes and rivers have that sort of draw for people, but it's not that often that you have a river that's free falling through the air. People have always just been attracted to waterfalls all around the world. And I think it's because it's not all that often that you see water just pitching through space.
When people think of waterfalls, especially here in Yosemite Valley, which has a very high concentration of high waterfalls, they tend to think of facts. They tend to think of Ribbon Fall, the highest single drop of water in North America, around 1,600 feet. They tend to think of Yosemite Falls, 2,425 feet, fifth highest waterfalls in the world. But the numbers don't add up to the beauty of those falls. Every fall has its own unique character. Every fall is water saying to the world, look, I can be different over here than I was over there. They have their own personality.
There's a lot of different waterfalls in this area. It depends on the time of the year you come here.
The ones that are going right now would include Vernal Falls, Nevada Falls on the Merced River, Bridal Veil Falls on Bridal Veil Creek. There's some other smaller ones. But this one's named Yosemite Falls. It's the falls.
Well, I think it was given the name Yosemite Falls because it's the premier waterfall in Yosemite Valley. Bridal Veil is a spectacular waterfall, so are Nevada Falls and Vernal Falls, but they're quite a bit smaller. Yosemite Falls is just right there. I mean, when you kind of turn the corner and you get your first view of it, it's amazing. It's the reason why people park their cars in the middle of the road and get out and start taking pictures, completely oblivious to everything else around them because it just dominates your attention. I live in Yosemite Valley. I live right underneath the waterfall, and you can bet that I look up at it every single morning when I step out the door. It's impossible not to be drawn to it.
People come out here, they're pulled out of their cars. They roll the windows down first. Then they can't get out through the window, so they open the door. Then they go out the door and they just start wandering off into the meadow, getting closer to the fall, getting closer to the creek, getting closer to the river. They can't help it.
People tend to want to get as close as they can to the edges of waterfalls, I guess, to experience that rush, that energy of the water going from a placid little stream to a raging, free-falling torrent.
People are drawn to waterfalls, and sometimes it's hard to know where that limit is as far as how close you are drawn to it.
This morning a man asked me, is there a waterfall nearby that I could stick my head under? And you get questions like that sometimes, and you have to be very careful how you answer them. I can't tell him, no, you can't stick your head under the waterfall. However, I can say, well, very slippery rocks all around the base, and it's a lot of water. It's potentially a very dangerous situation that you might be in.
Fortunately, with waterfalls, I think you can get a lot of appreciation from them even from a distance. I mean, here we are, over a mile away, and this waterfall is still phenomenal.
I remember talking to a visitor here. They asked me about Yosemite Falls, and they just said, excuse me, but Ranger, what's up there? I said, I beg your pardon? Well, I'm looking at that fall. Well, what's above the fall? And I said, well, above the fall, it's a creek. He said, a creek? I said, yeah, a creek. It's a creek that's kind of meandering, and then it reaches the edge of the valley, then it becomes a waterfall.
If you could imagine being a drop of water in Yosemite Creek, what would you go through before you got to that? Well, first of all, you would be melted snow, maybe around the Mount Hoffman, Tuolumne Meadows area.
There are a lot of small little lakes there. There's snow and ice that persists well into the summer in most years. And the melting snow and ice is basically what feeds Yosemite Creek.
Yosemite Creek is, it's flowing pretty quickly, but it's not a big creek. It's not a lot of big waterfalls, really, and pretty average forested terrain that it's flowing through.
And then it kind of turns the corner there and starts heading for Yosemite Valley. And what I always think is neat about Yosemite Creek is that as it's flowing along gently through that canyon, it has no idea what's ahead of it. It has no idea what it's about to do, which is suddenly and very abruptly reach the rim of Yosemite Valley and pitch off into a waterfall that's nearly 2,500 feet long.
When you look at Yosemite Falls, it's a journey. There's a beginning section, there's a middle section, and there's a conclusion. The beginning section is the most dramatic because that's where you're seeing it fall 1,400 feet from the rim down to that middle gorge. Once you're in that middle section, the part that I find very interesting is that it disappears. You know it's in there, but you can't really quite clearly see it. So even though that's probably the most photographed waterfalls in North America, there's a section of it that's sort of hidden from view, where it's kind of cutting into the rock. And then it comes out again at you at the lower Yosemite Fall and falls about another 300 feet, and we see that. So we see that lower stretch of 300 feet, we see that upper stretch of 1,400 feet, but there's 600 feet of mystery in there.
Over the course of the year, the waterfall changes a lot.
In winter, because the flows are low and temperatures are cold, there's a lot of opportunity for water to freeze as it comes over the edge of the falls. And As water goes to its vapor state, as can happen as it gets atomized, as it falls, that typically supercools the water, and you get ice forming on the cliff, but also at the base of the cliff.
And what will happen is when the sun comes up in the morning and strikes the cliff there at Yosemite Falls, it will start melting that ice, and then these big slabs of ice, I mean tens to hundreds of feet on a side, will come breaking off of the cliff and crashing down to the base of the falls, and they contribute to that big ice cone that's developed down there.
But in the spring, it starts waking up. And how you can tell that it's waking up is that you hear it really before you see it. There's this increase in volume in the sound of the fall.
And that also corresponds to springtime really arriving in full force in Yosemite Valley. So the meadows are green, the trees are leafed out, the dogwoods are flowering.
From this point on, the snowpack is melting. It's not accumulating. There's nothing more being added to it. And eventually, by late July into August, these falls will essentially dry up.
Come here in the end of August, and you probably won't see any water at all. You look at it now, it's kind of surprising that it runs out of water. So we call that an ephemeral fall. It doesn't run all the time.
Once the water has disappeared, you can no longer see it, you can no longer hear it, you can no longer feel its presence. You start forgetting about it. And you don't even look over, because you know it's not there. And then there comes a night where there are clouds, and there's a little bit of rain, and then you come in the next day, and then there it is.
It had been quiet and pretty much dry up there for months. And then that one big rainstorm rejuvenated the waterfall, and it was back, and it was thundering again even. I was sort of overwhelmed by this presence that was back in my life. You know, it's like this friend of mine had been gone for months, and then it just shown up on the doorstep. It's like, wow, I missed you, and I didn't even realize it.
Sometimes I think the fall is never more beautiful than when you think it's gone forever. There's this sense that something that has passed away can return, that maybe there is life after death, because something that seems so categorically gone is just there all of a sudden, just overnight. I think it's almost impossible to walk around the valley in the eastern end when Half Dome is in view and not look at it. How do you not look at it?
Like every time I go to Mirror Lake, you know, I bike up there, I'm kind of staring at the pavement when I bike up there, and I park my bike and I stand up and I just look up at the thing, and it's like, jeez, okay, it's huge. I'd forgotten how big it is. And I feel like that happens to me, you know, at least once a week with Half Dome.
Think about where Half Dome actually is. It's at the far end of the valley. Think about all the things that are starting to accrete on one's imagination. You have Bridalveil Fall, El Capitan, Cathedral Rock, Cathedral Spires, Sentinel Rock, Sentinel Fall, Yosemite Fall. And then suddenly there, as if you've seen it all, just standing out there stark against the blue sky, is Half Dome. It does appear to be almost a kind of design, but it's the happenstance of erosion that things worked out that way.
The first geologist to interpret Half Dome kind of assumed that the other half of the dome just cleaved away in one catastrophic event. And that would be kind of a neat, tidy story for how it formed, but we really don't think that it formed that way. There's really not any evidence for that. So instead, it's a more typical geologic story where there are several different things going on over really long time periods. Basically, there's glacial erosion, steepening the faces, and there's this process of exfoliation and rockfall from the sheer face that just slowly change the shape of that rock formation through time.
Everyone has that sense that it's unique, that there's something literally singular about it. There's no other place, no other object like this on the face of the earth. I think that's part of the charisma. I mean, let's face it, that's what we're really talking about. Some rocks have it and some rocks don't. And Half Dome is charismatic.
You can, in probably 2 lines, make an image of Half Dome that somebody on the other side of the world will recognize as Half Dome. I mean, it's that distinctive of an icon.
It's still just a mirror. It's just a reflection of the power that Half Dome has on our imagination, that we try to duplicate or replicate, you know, that power in little trinkets or medallions or what have you. Because people recognize that when they hold that thing, they're holding to some degree an aspect of Yosemite, a dimension of Yosemite. There's something about the shape of it, the size of it, and also how nature itself has composed how we see it. I mean, that's the thing that's so important about this. It's not Half Dome viewed from other angles.
From almost any other angle, it doesn't really look like a Half Dome. I can't say what it does look like because it sort of has a unique appearance from all those other angles.
Talking to people on the trail who are hiking right behind it, this huge, overwhelming presence on their left, and they don't even realize it's Half Dome. And they're going, well, how far is it to the top? You go, well, it's right there. Oh, that's Half Dome? What did you think it was? You know? But it doesn't, they just have that one mental picture of it.
Half Dome is perfectly inaccessible, being probably the only one of all the prominent points about the Yosemite which has never been and never will be trodden by human foot. And that's a quote from Josiah Whitney in 1870. And 5 years later, it got climbed by George Anderson. I think that was a dare more than anything else. Well, a lot of it's the sheerness of it. It just looks so impossible from all directions that I think that attracts people, and they really feel like they've done something when they do get up there.
And it's hard work. Let's just face it. Let's just cut right to the chase there. It is difficult. It is hard as far as your heart and lungs. Even if you're in good shape, it's still taxing.
It's a heck of a hike. People always ask, well, how many miles is it to Half Dome? And I say, miles don't matter. It's 5,000 vertical feet. So it's a physical challenge, but it's a delightful hike.
It's a spectacular hike because you get to walk by Vernal Falls and Nevada Falls, and you get to walk through Little Yosemite Valley. It's kind of like this natural staircase, you know, leading you up to Half Dome.
But then, boom, you arrive at the subdome, and there's the cables right in front of you. And because you're looking straight at them, they look really steep. And it's funny to just sit up there and listen to people. People get up to that point, and they're breathing hard. And they pop over the top of the subdome. Boom, there's the cables, and the first thing out of their mouth is, no way, not doing it, not going up there. But then you just sit there and you listen to them. They stop and they have some water and they eat their lunch. And 95% of those people go ahead and they keep going and they do it. And then when they get down, you listen to those same people again, and they're just high. They are just flying because they did it. And they got that experience at the summit, and they surprised themselves by being able to go up the cables.
It's an exposed place. It's exposed in terms of heights, so you can fall off of it. And a fall is most likely going to be fatal. It's exposed to the elements, which means that, you know, it can get pretty cold up there in a hurry.
One of the biggest hazards up on the dome itself is the weather. Most of the accidents we've had on the cable occurred when the rock was wet. If you're wearing running shoes without good rubber on them, it's almost impossible to keep your feet under you. And that's what's happened on some of those accidents.
And it's, I think, most importantly exposed to things like thunderstorms. And Half Dome gets hit by lightning all the time. There's really no place to seek shelter when you're up there. You just have to get down. The problem is, you know, you have to get down in a hurry, and sometimes if there are a lot of people up there all trying to get down the same route, you can't get down nearly as fast as you probably would like to.
Any chance of rain, any chance of lightning, just save it for another day. Go enjoy some other part of the park. Go for a hike farther up the Merced. Do something. That's not the place to be. Half Dome presents a lot of classic dilemmas in wilderness management. We're getting a lot of first-time visitors to wilderness up there, which is great. And they are being introduced to wilderness and having this wonderful experience. That's something we want to encourage. It's wonderful. But there's so many of them that on some days it's not really much of a wilderness experience anymore. There are a lot of people up there.
There's no way to say to yourself, I'm alone in this world when you're hiking a Half Dome. There's people in front of you, there's people behind you, there's people beside you, there's people that you pass as you're making your way up, there's people that pass you as you're making your way up. So there's this collective movement towards elevation and illumination when people are walking to the top of Half Dome. And where else do you have that, except in that sacred sense of people in a pilgrimage?
A high percentage of the people up there aren't even hikers. They don't do this routinely. They may not have ever hiked that many miles in their life. And for some reason, when they come to Yosemite, they think that's the thing to do.
It does seem, just from me talking with people that hike the trail, that a lot of the people up there, this is like a big milestone in their life in some way. There's more to it than just reaching the top of Half Dome. It's accomplishing some goal, or it symbolizes something in their lives.
Or people telling you stories about how Half Dome changed their life just because it was the thing to do, but it introduced them to the wilderness and it turned them into a wilderness lover and a hiker, and they went on to do that the rest of their life.
I met a cancer survivor once who was determined to get well enough to climb Half Dome. A lot of people try and do it before they reach a certain age. It just symbolizes a lot to them.
All those little problems that you had that you brought with you, they really are little problems on top of Half Dome. So I think that's one of the reasons why people go up there. It's not just so they can have that view looking out, it's that clearer view looking within.
I think that just kind of lends to the aura of the whole thing, that it's almost kind of magical in some ways, and that's not something I usually say as a scientist, but Half Dome does evoke emotions, and feelings and interests on a whole scale. I think that's why it appeals to artists and scientists alike, and everybody in between. It's got some kind of appeal for everybody.
My name is Elise Bowman, Sergeant, Troop K, 9th Cavalry. And I'm sitting here at a table. And on that table there's a ledger with rough paper inside, and I'm writing down everything that happened today. Today the sun come up, and it come up strong, burning through the treetops, and it lit up the world around me. And I saw the trail ahead of me, and I'm riding like we always do. Riding looking for people getting into trouble. People cutting trees down where they shouldn't. People shooting the deer, which they shouldn't do at all. And I'm thinking how quiet it was. How quiet it felt around me, and how that quiet gets into you. Gets so deep into you, you think that there's nothing that could ever make a sound in this world. And just about then, it started to rain. And I heard the rain coming down, and it got louder, and it got louder, and it got louder. And all I could hear was all that rain flowing down from the sky, filling up the rocks, flowing down from the rocks. And all around me was all this water, and it turned cold, and the sun went away. And I was all by myself up here in this high country, they call it, waiting to run into someone who didn't care that the park was being protected by colored soldiers. Didn't want to take orders from any colored soldier. And I was just not looking forward to that kind of conversation. But it didn't happen. It just stayed quiet. And there was just the wind. Just the sound of the wind in the sky. And there's nothing around me but Yosemite. And the sound of my horse. And me breathing as we moved along the trail. And I started thinking that this is what freedom must feel like. Never felt freedom when I was a sharecropper growing up in South Carolina. Never knew about freedom when my mother and my daddy had been enslaved. Freedom was this wind. Freedom was this rain. Freedom was being pushed up into the sky by these mountains beneath my feet, and the rain, and the rain, and the rain coming down. That was freedom. Why did I have to go all the way, come all the way to California to find out what freedom felt like? I couldn't find it in South Carolina. I couldn't find it where I enlisted in Nebraska. I had to come all the way to California to get the taste of freedom in my mouth and in my lungs. But now I got it, and I don't know if I could ever let it go. How do you let go of freedom when you hold it for the first time? Here I am, up in this high country, north of Tuolumne, and I'm feeling it, and I don't want to let it go. But some officer's going to come along and tell me, you need to move on to that next patrol post, but I'm not going to want to leave. I'm going to want to stay. I'm here right now, and I want to stay here. Ain't it something? Find some place where I feel free for the first time in my life. And I'm going to have to go someplace else and hopefully find it all over again. Well, that's all I want to say right now. I guess that's enough. You take care. All right. All right, this is Sergeant Bowman again. Oh, it's June 26th now. And you know what? I tell you right now, I ain't supposed to be here. You know, I sit here and I'm all by myself, but you know, it's funny how when you're in the mountains, you feel you're all by yourself, but you got all this country around you. You got these trees around you who whisper all around you when the wind starts to blow. It's as if the wind itself gives the trees their voice, and they can't speak until the sky is moving around them. And I'm sitting here right now, writing it all down in this ledger, and I ain't told you that I'm alone. I thought I should say that. I didn't say that last time. The rest of Troop K, well, I suppose they're back in San Francisco. Maybe they've headed north. But I spent the winter here in 1903 into 1904, and I'm still here. And the only reason why I'm up here in this cabin, up in the sky, is to carry a message, which I've done. But now I got an order. I'm supposed to head over to Hetch Hetchy. Guess there's some problem over there. I got to head there. And it's all right with me. It's all right with me to be on my horse moving through country that I ain't ever seen look like this. Not in South Carolina, not in Mississippi, not in Alabama, not in the Dakotas, nowhere have I seen country like this before. The sort of place that gets into your bones, it gets into your blood, and pretty soon you think there's no place else in the world but Yosemite. Because when you're here, there ain't no other place in the world. It just grabs hold of your eyes, so all you can see is Yosemite. It grabs hold of your ears, and all you can hear is Yosemite. And it gets deep in your heart, and your blood is flowing through Yosemite as much as it is your own heart. That's what happens when you're here too long. It's like getting too much whiskey. You just don't see right, and you don't hear right. You don't feel anything but where you are. Guess that means I'm a local now. Guess that means I've become part of this country. Not the way the Indians around here are a part of it, but for someone who's new, it's as close as you can get. I hope I run into you up here sometime. There's nothing but good weather in the summer up in the high country, nothing but a blue so deep you can fall into it, a blue so rich that the flowers here seem to get drunk on it, and they move back and forth in a breeze only they can feel. I hope you can get here, but maybe like me, once you're here, you won't want to leave. Maybe you'll look forward to an order to go to Hetch Hetchy. Now that's a pretty place, I've heard. I'm going to see it again. I'm going to see it for the first time. But when I get there, it'll be like I never left. It'll be like I've been there all my life. That's what mountains are like. That's what mountains will do to you. Hey, good evening. This is Sergeant Bowman again, Troop K. Maybe I should stop saying that now because I'm the only one from Troop K that's around here. It's Troop C and D that are up in the high country right now. Makes me kind of lost not having my family around me. You know, when you join the cavalry, when you join the army, you get yourself two families. There's a family you left behind. It don't matter if it's in Alabama or Louisiana or Texas, or in my case, South Carolina. Don't matter if you never see those people again, or it'll be a long time before you see them. When you join the army, you get yourself your own special kind of family. So I'm all by myself, but they with me in my heart right now. But I'm in Hetch Hetchy looking for some sheep herder, and his sheep ain't supposed to be grazing around here, but that's what they've been doing. So I'm trying to find them and separate the sheep herder from his sheep, because that's the duty, that's the job, and that's what I'm here to do. But I must have missed them, because I ain't seen much of anything but sky and heard much of anything else other than the wind. And I tell you right now, that's all right with me, because there's certain conversations you don't want to have when you run into a man who's Mexican or Portuguese, Basque or Chilean. And you got to tell him, I'm sorry, we got to take those sheep away from you, and we got to take you out of this park. And we're going to separate you from how you make money in this world. That's a conversation no man wants to have, but that's the duty. So, because that sheep herder ain't nowhere to be found, and those sheep, they ain't here either, I'm all right with that. That means I'm all by myself in these meadows here in Hetch Hetchy. Got the shade of the black oak. I got the waterfalls, that Wapama flowing nearby, and it got that pretty music that it makes all the time as it sings on the way down from the cliffs. It's all right with me to hear music like that. I can hear music like that the whole time. And you know what? There ain't no officers here at all. It's just me, my horse, the sky, meadows, flowers, the black oak, and the singing of those trees, and the wind itself to keep me company. That's all a man needs. How can you call yourself alone when you got all that around you? As a matter of fact, I think, personally, and I'll whisper this to you, Hetch Hetchy is kind of crowded with all that. How can a man ever feel alone? There's barely enough room here for God to come on in. But he's here too. That's all you need. I'll talk to you later. This is Sergeant Bowman. I'll talk to you next time. This is Sergeant Elise Bowman. I'm in Hetch Hetchy, just north of Yosemite Valley. It's June of 1903. The sun is high in the sky, and the sky is bluer than any blue I've ever seen in my life. And it's quiet, so quiet. I can hear myself think, I can hear myself breathe. And I'm out here in this little cabin, this patrol post, and I'm writing down everything that happened along the way here. But I can't write down that quiet that seems to come from nowhere, seems to come from nothing, seems to be nothing itself. And that quiet has been seeping into my bones every day I've been up here in this high country. The wind has blown it into me, and the cold has let it seep into my bones, into my soul, until I don't know if it'll ever get out, if I can ever get this silence out of me. What do you do when you're in a country this quiet, this still? How do you get it out? And it makes me nervous, because before we were here in Yosemite, we were in San Francisco. And before we were in San Francisco, we were out there in the Philippines, in the jungle, and those insurrectos, those Filipinos were fighting for their freedom. And we were there. The 9th Cavalry was there. Troop K was there, trying to take it away. What kind of duty do you call that when you take a colored man from South Carolina who's never tasted freedom himself, and there he is, taking it away from people whose skin is as dark as his own, as dark as the soil, as dark as the earth itself, taking away something he ain't ever had. And the last time I felt quiet, like the quiet here in Hetch Hetchy, was that quiet in the Philippines, when we were walking and riding and walking some more and riding some more, fearing some bullet come whistling out of the dark, out of the green, out of the heat of those trees, right into us. It was that kind of quiet. And when we were there, I was afraid. Now there ain't nothing here to make me afraid. There's only silence around me. But something's happened to me. Being in a war has made me fearful of silence, fearful of stillness. And there's all these visitors here who are happy, who are laughing, who are singing, having a good old time. They hear that quiet, and it brings a smile to their lips, but I hear that silence. And it makes the sweat come off my brow. It makes me chill to the bone, wondering what piece of metal is going to come flying out of the trees at me. You can take a soldier out of the war. You can take a soldier out of battle, but you can't take the war out of that soldier. You can't take the fear out of them. And I'm up here all by myself in something that should be soothing, should make me feel comfortable. But I'm as tense as a wire that's been strung too tight. And any moment, I'm either going to start singing or I'm going to snap in two. And they call it a valley, and they call it a waterfall, and they call it granite. But all of it adds up to something that I can't see, and what I can't see is making me nervous. It's making me scared. That's what Hetch Hetchy means to me. A place so quiet it reflects what you've been through and what's been through you. And any moment there's a bullet about to come, about to end all your days and all your nights. And the last thing that you're going to remember is the sound of that waterfall spilling over the edge of the world. The sound of your own breathing. The sound of something that's been not in this world for months, but is in my mind for the rest of my life. And it mingles with the spray of Wapama Falls. It mingles with the light of Kalana Rock. How do I write that down into this ledger here on this table? How do I write down the feeling I had a day, a long time ago, a day that I thought was forgotten, but all it needed was a key to open it up. And that key is the silence in this wind, in this stillness, in this place called Hetch Hetchy. This is Sergeant Bowman. It's June of 1903, and I'm in Hetch Hetchy. Or maybe I should say Hetch Hetchy is in me. How long do you got to be in a place before that place becomes so much a part of you that there's no separation between you and where you are? Yosemite got this kind of power to it. You ain't got to be here very long for everything that it is to become part of everything you happen to be. So something happened last night. I was lying here in this cot in this little cabin, and as I'm lying there, I can hear the sound of that waterfall, that Wapama Falls, just booming and booming and booming, and it's this constant roar just reminding me of the ocean when it hits against the shore. And as I was lying there looking out through that little window, I saw the moon come up. And I saw the moon first in the waterfall before I saw the moon itself. And the waterfall turned all silver with the moonlight dissolving in it like it was some kind of acid draining away with that water, with all that snow. And over the sound of the waterfall, out of nowhere, I heard this cry. It was this cry, and I couldn't tell if it was a coyote, or if it was a woman. And then I realized it was a woman, not just any sort of woman, it was an Indian woman. And I can't tell you if it was a Paiute woman or a Miwok woman or whatever. All I knew, it was an Indian woman. And she was crying or singing. There wasn't much difference between crying and singing. It was a blend, a mix of the two. And it just made me sit bolt up right out of that cot. I'm lying there in my bed, and I could hear this crying and this singing, and I was trying to figure out, why is she so upset? What's she angry about? What's she sad about? And then it come to me. All the Indians that used to be here, right here in this valley, right here in these oak trees, gathering their acorn for who knows how long they've been gathering all that acorn, gathering that food for their family. Then the white folks come in here and they were all driven off or just killed outright. But you know, when you're in a place that's like this, that holds on to everything, even snow in the middle of August, maybe it holds on to the pain of the people who we hear. Maybe that pain is still here in Hetch Hetchy. This is Sergeant Bowman. I'm here in Hetch Hetchy, and it's June 1903. And something happened to me here last night. I want to say something about it. We got this cabin here at Hetch Hetchy. And inside that cabin, there's yet another table and another ledger and a lantern sitting on top. And I finished writing my report about everything that happened to me on the way here. If I saw something interesting or needed to write it down, when I wrote it down into that ledger. And I went to bed. And I was lying there in the bed, and in the middle of the night, I remember hearing the sound of that waterfall called Wapama. And that fall was just flowing through my dreams, and it was flowing through the night, and it was flowing through me, all of me. And it was so much of it, I felt like I was drowning in it, just lying there in the bed, drowning in all that water that once was snow, and all that snow that come out of that sky, and all those clouds that brought it here from an ocean I don't know if I'll ever see again. And then in the middle of all that, I heard this cry, this high cry, and I couldn't tell if it was a woman or if it was a coyote, but this cry came out of nowhere, riding above the sound of all that water, all that thunder, shaking the ground and shaking me. And I was listening to it, and I seemed to understand what was being spoken. I seemed to understand that it was a woman, and it was an Indian woman. I don't know, couldn't tell if it was Paiute or Miwok or Mono. I couldn't tell, but it was an Indian woman. The part of me that's Indian could tell that clearly. And I remember thinking, when I heard that cry, of all the things that have happened to these Indians that got around here from the gold rush on, all the killing that took place here, and all the suffering that took place here, all the pain that took place here. How can there be so much pain in a place so beautiful as Yosemite? You'd think that nothing was ever hurt in a place that got so much beauty in it. It's busting at the seams with so much beauty, and sometimes the rock give way to the sound of what it's feeling deep inside. Well, that was, I think, was in that sound, in that cry that I heard, that made me sit bolt upright in my bed to hear that woman or that animal, whatever it was, cry out in the night. And it got down into me as well. And there was a part of me that heard and understood what was being said. And it said this: we may not be here in the numbers we once were, but that don't mean we're gone. You may not see us, but we're here. You may not touch us, but we'll touch you. You will never forget that this land belongs to us, and we are part of it. Something like that. I could feel that what was being said. And all it sounded like was just a cry, but there was something in it that wasn't no cry at all. There were words, and I know it may sound crazy to say that there are words spoken by waterfalls, but there were words in that music. And those words were meant for me to be hearing it in my sleep. Sometimes things get said to you during the daytime. You can't make no sense out of it at all. But sometimes the most powerful things get said to you when you're asleep. And sometimes the speaker is a waterfall called Wapama. Now, I ain't going to write that down in that little ledger on that table, but it's written down deep in my soul. It's written down deep, and I don't know if I can ever get rid of that sound, of that cry, of that voice that was here in Hetch Hetchy last night. And it flowed with the light of the moon into the water. It became thunder. It became song. And I know the Tuolumne got it now. And then it'll be the San Joaquin. It'll get it. And the Sacramento. And then it's going to flow right down into that distant bay and become the sea. That's where it's going. And it's all going to come back And I got a few more nights here, so I'm getting ready to hear the sound of those days that are gone away and those days that this place can never let go. This is Sergeant Bowman, Troop K, 9th Cavalry. It's June of 1903. Yesterday I passed through Slide Canyon in that country north of the Tuolumne River. And it wasn't an easy time passing through that canyon. You see all these rocks, the size of houses and bigger, off to one side as you walk through. And I remember thinking what kind of sound that must have been. And sometimes there's things in this world that's more than just a sound. When the ground starts shaking and you think the end has come and that creator is looking down at you saying, your time is up. Well, that ain't a word that you want to use sound for. Sound ain't the right word for that. And I'm going by, just walking by on my horse, and I'm trying not to ease it up and go up into a canter to get away from there, because I know whatever happened there happened a long time ago. But around here, I notice these rocks got a tendency to remember everything that's ever happened to them. This place got a tendency to remember everything that has ever happened to it. Nothing ever gets forgotten in Yosemite, and everything in Yosemite is being remembered. And we call that an echo. We call that something over your shoulder that makes you pull back and look quick to see if you can catch it. But nothing that ever comes through this place is ever forgotten. And you ain't got to lie down in a bedroll for too many nights before you realize that it's all being remembered and it's all being held on the way sequoia roots hold on, as if they're afraid that the spinning of the earth beneath them is going to make them tumble over. I tell you right now, that thunder that was made when those rocks come down such a long time ago, it's still here. And sometimes it's the sky that remembers it for you. And you call it a thunderstorm. You call it rain showers, but not when you're in Slide Canyon. That's just a memory that the sky got of what happened a long time ago. So I'm wondering this. Will this place remember me? Will it remember my shadow cast on the earth? Will it remember the sound of my horse as it moved through that canyon? Will that be remembered? Will only something as big as a whole side of a mountain coming down, is that all that will be remembered by Yosemite? I just don't know. All I know is somewhere deep inside me, there's a place like the one I went through, and that place also will never let go of all that it felt when I was here. Maybe I'll never leave. Maybe that's what Yosemite is saying. Once you get in its grip and it never lets you go, you may find yourself in another place, but you'll always be right here. You'll always be in Yosemite, and there's a part of me and a part of my horse that will always be riding through Slide Canyon. How you doing? This is Sergeant Bowman. It's July 1903, and I'm getting pretty close to Glenallen. I'm just riding along, looking forward to getting off this horse. But sometimes you can be in one place, but your mind is in another. Earlier today, when the sun come up, I was right there near Shepherd Crest, getting close to McCabe Lake. And I saw that first light of the day hit that rim of a rock, that rock rim, that granite edge to the sky. And it just seemed to catch on fire. And it was so quiet. I don't know what to make of the quiet they got round here. It's the sort of quiet you hear in a church during a funeral, or it's the sort of quiet you hear before a baby takes its first breath after it been born. It's that kind of quiet. I don't know what to make of it. And in the middle of all that quiet, which can make you uncomfortable, can make you squirm on your horse as you're riding through and by, in the middle of all that quiet, something began to happen. I noticed that there were clouds forming above me, that there was a ceiling above the ceiling, a sky above the sky, and those clouds got thicker and darker, thicker and darker, and the air began to cool. And this may not seem like much to you, but in the summertime in Yosemite, sometimes hardly any rain fall at all, and sometimes way to the east along the crest, you can hear the sound of thunder. But in that thunder, beneath that thunder, rain starts to fall. And that rain gets louder and louder. Kind of funny to hear the sound of those drops falling to the ground. All those drops gathering from the sky, dropping to the ground here and there, here and yonder. And it's hitting my head and it's hitting my horse and it's making the sweat all flow away. All that sweat on my body just falling with the rain to the ground and the sound that it made hitting the ground. And the creaks that had been quiet got louder and louder. And then pretty soon all you could hear was the sound of water. All you could see was this slick shine on the rocks as the water was flowing. And it got louder and louder still. But all you could hear, all you could feel was the sound of all that water rushing past you, till pretty soon you were walking through it and the horse was slipping a bit on it. Pull back on the reins. Don't go down this steep trail with all that water. And then it just got quieter again. And a little bit of light came through, found a gap in those clouds. And then pretty soon the wind picked up, and then all of a sudden, you couldn't hear it. You couldn't smell it. The rain went away just like that, and the sun came out strong, and I could feel it on my back, and all of a sudden, it stopped. And there wasn't no rain no more. And all that water started to dry off. And it was just like it had never happened. That's Yosemite. 1 minute, it's one thing. And the next minute, it's changed. I don't know if I'll ever get used to this. I don't know if I can. Boy, but it was something when it was happening. You know, you can't daydream when you're here. When you're here, you got to be fully here. And that's what Yosemite teaches you. Always be where you are right now. Because if you don't, you'll lose it. You'll lose it. edge of the sky. And the edge of the sky is gray, and it's got deep shadows flowing down one side of it. And up near the top part of that edge, you can see the white of snow, even in August. And that edge is hard, and that edge will hurt you, and it'll hurt anyone you know if you don't take it serious. And near that edge called the Sierra Nevada, down below in those shadows, I was wandering through on patrol. And it was just me and a mule. And I'm on my horse, and I see a man off in the distance. And a man all by himself. But I see around him a few sheep all scattered there in the light and in the shadows. And he saw me about the same time I saw him. And I figured he'd run off, considering, well, I'm a soldier. And he ain't. He didn't run off. He didn't even seem to even notice I was there, looked at me like I was a window he was peering through. And as I got closer, I kept expecting him to run off because he's herding his sheep in a national park, and that ain't legal. But he didn't run off. He just stood there, waiting for me to come his way along that trail, kicking up dust as I went, and the dust choking me as I leaned forward in the saddle, trying to catch sight of him running this way or that. But he wouldn't run at all. And when I rounded the last bend of that trail, way up near the edge of that sky, that deep blue of the Sierra Nevada, he was there waiting for me. He was Mexican, turned out. Could speak English, speak Spanish too. And so I asked him what he was doing. He didn't lie to me. He didn't make anything up. He didn't even say, well, I don't know how these sheep got here. They don't belong to me. He told me right off, yeah, these are my sheep. This is my flock. That's what he said. This is my flock. How can I help you? Just like that. Spoke kind of kind to me. I said, well, sir, it's illegal for you to be grazing your sheep up here in Yosemite. And he looked at me, and he looked down to the ground, and then he looked up at the sky again, felt the wind against his face, and I could feel the same wind. He looked at me, he say, there ain't no national park here, just the mountains. What's wrong with your sheep feeding on the grasses? Aren't many grasses growing here? What's wrong with me feeding my sheep up here in these mountains? And I say to him, well, sir, these are mountains. You got that right. But this is also Yosemite. And in Yosemite National Park, you can't graze your sheep up here. And he looked at me. He looked me up and down like he was looking at one of his flock. And he said this to me, what gives you the right, soldier, to tell me what I can or can't do up here with my sheep? And my sheep, they don't belong to you. And I said, what gives me the right, sir, is I'm a soldier protecting this national park, and you are trespassing. It was quiet, just like that. And he's looking at me, and he looked and he said, quiet. And it was menacing, kind of like a knife being pulled out of a sheath. You can barely hear the sound it makes when that steel is moving along that leather. He say, we all out here all by ourselves. Ain't going to hurt no one to let me just do what I've been doing before you ever got here with your soldiers, your cavalry. My sheep are hungry. They going to eat no matter what. What's the problem? And I looked at him. Sir, I said, I don't got to repeat myself, and I ain't going to. You need to leave, you and your sheep. It got quiet again, and he rested his right hand on the pommel of a knife he had in a sheath at his waist. It was real casual the way he did it. He wouldn't draw much of attention, just put his hand right there on the pommel of that knife he got. But the way he did it, it was a way of telling me, hey, I can take care of myself out here too. And we all alone. You consider that. That's what he was saying to me when he did something so casual with his hand to rest it like a bird coming down on a branch after a long journey through the air. He figured, hey, all I'm doing is putting my hand. I'm tired out here. I'm just resting my hand like a bird falling down to a branch. But when he did that, my hand raised up my right hand right up to the palm of my pistol. And I think he saw that too. And it got quiet. And we each was checking the other one out, seeing who was determined to get his way. And finally I said to him, look, sir, it don't got to come to this at all. It ain't worth it. It ain't you losing all the people you got, if you come to that. And it ain't worth me going to all this trouble when there ain't no one around, no officer anywhere in view to tell me if I'm doing the right thing or if I'm doing the wrong thing. Sometimes in life, you don't know which is which, so no one's going to know anything about what we're doing, but I have to do my job. And that means you need to move your sheep now. And the wind come up, and it was the coldest wind I'd ever felt. And it was blowing right through me like it was a knife going right through me. Knife that had been sitting in snow or fallen into a creek way up here beyond the edge of the sky. And that's the coldest kind of creek I can even think of. And he looked at me and he saw what I was willing to do. And I saw in his own eyes what he was not willing to do. And he just spat on the ground. And the spittle landed not too far from my foot. I don't know if that was his aim or not. It didn't touch me. But it was close enough to make his point. He said, I'll move my sheep, soldier, like that. And the way he said soldier was like something sour in his mouth, something that tasted bitter that he was trying to get out of his body any way he could. And he did. And he spat again on the ground. But while he did, his eyes were trained on me, like I was the thing he was trying to spit out of his mouth. I was the thing it was hard for him to swallow. And that was about it. I mean, he just started walking off and towards his sheep and calling to them, and it's kind of funny seeing them kind of respond to that, man. But I guess they all knew each other. I guess they were all family, and he wanted to keep his family together. Because he knew if I had to, I would have broke up that family. I would have taken the sheep, me and my men, or me by myself, and I would have separated that man from everything he had to put food in his mouth to keep himself from being hungry the next day or the next. That's the kind of conversations we have out here in Yosemite. But all I could think of when he walked away, and he saw me, he could feel that I was looking at him. All I could think of was that this man was just trying to make a living for himself. And I knew that someone like him could not graze his sheep down there in the Central Valley. This Mexican was pushed up here against the edge of the sky to graze his sheep. What fool would graze his sheep up in these mountains? There ain't enough grass to keep anything fed. I didn't feel good about taking something from someone who had so little. But I'm not paid to think about it. I'm not paid to consider the action. I'm paid to do a job. I'm paid to do my duty. And that man, I evicted him and his sheep from Yosemite. But I didn't feel good about it. And if I had been in his place, who knows? Maybe I would have pulled out that knife. Maybe I would have grasped it hard in my hand and done something, maybe something I would one day regret. I'm just glad it never come to that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be me saying these words right here. How you doing? You know, I was just thinking, on such a fine day as today, with that blue of that sky so high up above, like a pool of water that got itself upside down, and you can feel a little bit of that mist coming down to you from the sky, which is like that pool that you want to jump into and cool off, but you can't. And it's funny how sometimes the things that you most want, you can't get to, you can't hold in your hand, let alone jump into, just to take the sweat off your body. You know, I'm thinking about how lonely it is up here in these mountains called the Range of Light. I'm thinking about how you look at everything that's alive around you and everything that's not alive around you, and it all seems to flow from one into the other, till pretty soon you don't see much of a separation. And everything means something up here. That's what I'm noticing. Nothing is just there for no reason. It's all part of something I've been trying to figure out ever since I've been here. And everything got something interesting about it, too. Got a story to tell. And if you out here, there ain't nothing that seems to be going on. It seems like something that comes into this world will attract the attention of something else that's wondering the same thing that I've just been sharing with you. Now, that happened to me. That happened to me up beyond Return Canyon, a remote part of Yosemite, but to tell you the truth, most of Yosemite seems pretty remote to me. I was riding on patrol, but I was by myself this time, and I was just heading to the next post, and I heard a flutter of wings above me. And I looked up, and there was a shadow that went over my head, and then I heard the sound of that raven, because that's what it was, land on a branch in a tree right in front of me. And the tree looked like one of those lodgepole pines. I remember seeing some of them back east. And that raven just was tucking its head under its wing and then looking at me, tucking its head again, seemed to be nibbling away at itself like it was its own meal and it was time for it to feed. And the light on it made it look sometimes white, and yet it was the blackest thing I could see out there, blacker than any shadow on this earth. And yet, when it moved or I moved on my mule, I could still see it turn white before my eyes. And I just pulled the reins back, and I sat there, and I looked at the raven, and the raven just sort of stopped what it was doing, and it was looking at me. And then it did something I was not expecting at all. It started talking to me. I mean, just squawking and squawking. It'd look at me, and it'd squawk some more, make that sound. It'd look around me, made that sound. I said, "Well, how you doing, Mr. Raven? I hope your day is going well." And it just squawked some more as it stared at me, and the wind blew, and I could see the wind ruffling its feathers, and they kind of shone like you threw some diamond dust, if there's such a thing, in the air, and it broke up the light. The feathers broke up the light when the wind caught up against it. And it made that cawing sound again, looking straight at me. And after a bit, I got a bit bored by this, thinking, well, if you got something to say, Mr. Raven, just go ahead. Otherwise, I got a patrol to make. So I just put my spurs a little bit in to my mule, and I started moving on the trail. And it just flew off, and I thought nothing else of it. And then I felt the sound of wind right at my neck. And I thought, oh, breeze just picked up again. But it wasn't a breeze. It was a breeze, not from the sky, but from that raven. It flew so close to me, and it landed on a rock just about 10 feet ahead of me on the trail, looked at me again, preened itself, cleaned itself, stuck its beak all over itself, and then it just looked at me again, tilting its head, and just went, "Gah! Gah!" just like that. And I pulled the reins back again. And I said, "Obviously, you got something to say to me. What is it you got to say? I'm here to listen." So I relaxed the reins, held my arms down loose against my legs, and I just stretched a bit because I needed to. I'd been in the saddle quite a bit, and so I just put my heels down and just stretched my shoulders and just waited for the raven to say what it needed to say, because something was troubling it. All it did was stare at me. And I'm trying to figure out, why is this raven doing this to me? I ain't done nothing to it. So we just looked at each other, and I looked at it, and it looked at me. And again, it went about kind of messing with itself and cleaning itself, and then without anything, it just flew off, just like that. And I just said, this is the most peculiar thing I can even think of. Never had the interest of a bird, a big animal like that, if you want to call it that, like this raven. So I rode on a little bit more. And I rounded the trail, or a bend in the trail, and on a low branch of a lodgepole pine, there it was, just sitting, like it was just waiting for me. And I rode right up to it, and I was just going to ignore it this time, just going to kind of keep going and just pay attention to the trail ahead of me and the dust I'm kicking up. Pay no mind to that raven. And as I looked straight ahead, I heard it go, "Caw! Caw!" Just like that. And I stopped. Well, really, my mule stopped. It seemed to get the interest of my mule. My mule shook its head back and forth, looked up at the raven. Raven looked at the mule, and the mule just sort of kind of made a sound that mules make when they got their curiosity up. And the raven just made that at that mule again. And my mule just shook its head back and forth. And I said, "Well, now that you two got acquainted, can you share something with me? What's going on here?" Raven looked at me like I'd just kind of come out of the air. Like the mule and me were two different things. He finally saw that. And it just looked at me and said nothing. It was quiet, silent. And there was just the wind blowing past. There's just me and my mule and that raven that seemed to find something fascinating about both me and my mule at that moment in this world. And then it just flew off again. And I figured, this is something. I'd never seen anything like that. So then I just rode on a little bit more. I rounded a bend in the trail, and nothing was there. No raven. Just trees and shadow and the wind and the sun beating down out of the blue of that sky. That's all. And I figured, well, back to my duty. And I rode on. And I rode some more, and I rode on longer and farther still. And eventually I'm thinking, yeah, I almost forgot about that raven. And I was almost done with that day's patrol, getting closer to that cabin that I was just waiting to see around that next bend. And before I got there, sitting on a log off the trail was you-know-who. And it just seemed to be sitting there. And when I showed up and rounded the bend, it made that sound. And I'm just looking at it. I'm thinking, I ain't something dead. I don't think I'm about to die. But I got this animal's attention for some reason. Why won't this bird let me go? And I rode up to it. And this time, instead of stopping, I just rode right past it, looking straight ahead. And it flew off. I heard the sound, the scurry in the air of the feathers hitting the air as it took off. It flew around me, up above me, and off to one side. And I could hear it off in the distance. Ah! Ah! And then I kept riding, and I knew I was almost done with this, and I was trying to figure out why that raven was acting that way. But I don't have much history with ravens, so I don't know what they're like. I just try to put it out of my mind and just focus on my duty, which is riding on that trail and making sure that everything's all right. Well, I rounded that last bend and I saw the patrol cabin right there. And that was a pretty sight to see. And I got up to it and, I dismounted and I got the lead and, I was just getting comfortable. Took the bridle off and was just about to tie my horse to the post and I felt something look at me. And I looked up, couldn't see anything. Looked in the other direction. And right there with the sun right behind it, so bright, all I saw was this dark silhouette of a bird with a blazing sun, hot as a furnace behind it. And it did it again. Ah! Ah! Like it was waiting for me. Right there, like it had every stop of that way. I looked at it. And it looked at me. I says, well, something you want from me, but ain't nothing I want from you, so you could either fly off or stay here, but I got work to do. That's what I said to it. And I turned my back on it, and it made that sound again. And I just ignored it. But a bit later, I turned around and just looked at it. And it looked at me, and I never realized what it was like to stare into the eyes of something that had about as much curiosity as I got about the world around me. I figure this: if you riding or flying or walking or doing whatever up here in these mountains, there ain't much going on, but all you thinking about is how you're going to make it to the next day. So when you see something that you've never seen before, you see something unusual, it deserves a second look. Maybe a third look. Maybe a fourth one too. And maybe that's why that raven was looking at me the way it was. Maybe it never seen a colored soldier before. Maybe it figured from my accent I was from South Carolina. It ain't never seen a colored man from South Carolina in a cavalry uniform. That took it into a whole new idea of who could be riding a horse or a mule up here in these mountains. So I was something new for it, and it was something new for me. And I never realized that it was just as surprised to see me. But I wasn't surprised to see it at all. But it wouldn't let me go. That's just like Yosemite, you know. Kind of flies over you, sits on a branch, squawks at you a bit, takes you in, see what you're like. Then it just flies off. But it keeps coming back to make certain you're still there. Because when something new enters the world, it deserves another look. This is Sergeant Bowman. How you doing? You know, I got a question for you. Do you remember the first time you ever saw the stars? Now, I don't know who you are out there listening to me. I don't know if we ever gonna meet. But for everyone out there, there's always that first time you see the stars. And you feel them as much as you see them in the darkness of the night overhead. Usually, I say you a little boy or you little girl, and you look up and you see the stars, but they don't mean much to you if you're too young. But at some point, you realize there's something shining down upon me that's cold and so far away, I can't even imagine what it would look like on a map. And I thought, given that I'm a grown man, I figured growing up in South Carolina, I would have been accustomed to the night. I got used to seeing the stars. So I got to tell you, I was taken back on my first night here in Yosemite in the spring of 1903. And it was the strangest thing, because it all proceeded the way it should have proceeded. The sun went down as it usually does. The wind picked up right around dusk, as it will. And a few stars started to make an appearance. That's all perfectly normal. I was used to that. South Carolina, saw plenty of that in Nebraska. But what I was not accustomed to was seeing these mountains become this jagged silhouette against the sky. I mean, they were gone. You couldn't see them anymore, but there was this black that had no stars in it. And the black that had no stars in it was the Sierra Nevada, off to the east. And then above that black, jagged darkness, there were more stars than I'd ever seen, and they were so bright. There were stars I had never seen before. There were stars where there shouldn't have been stars. And as I stood there beside my campfire, I looked up and it was as if it was the first time I had ever seen them at all. Like right here, that moment, in the Sierra Nevada, in these snowy mountains, that was the first time I ever encountered stars as they should be seen, should be felt, should be experienced for the first time. I was so moved by what I was seeing, and so was my mule. You could tell with a mule when it's impressed by something. And I looked at my mule, and it looked at me. It could see better in the dark than I could. And it seemed to be saying, well, yeah, this is something right here. This is something to see. So I just stood there and took it all in. It was like something sweet with a little bit of alcohol in it going down your throat. But if it do that, it ends up in your gut. This was something sweet and got a kick to it, but it was flowing down someplace else besides my gut, flowing down someplace like my soul. That's where that light was going. And all I could think of was where that light came from. It wasn't Mississippi. It wasn't South Carolina. It wasn't the South. It was coming from someplace so far away. No one there maybe ever heard of slavery. No one there maybe ever heard of sadness, sorrow, pain. There's only light. That's all. Just this wind picking up and the coolness against my face, and this light, pure and filled with nothing in it but something that made you feel warm in spite of the coldness of the wind. Yeah, first time. It's got to be the first time to everything. But if you were to ask me, when was the first time you ever saw the stars, I'd say to you, wasn't when I was a little boy growing up in South Carolina. It was that first night in the Sierra Nevada, where the mountains kind of disappeared, and I saw heaven itself. How you doing? This is Sergeant Bowman. You know, I don't know if I have been out here in these mountains too long. I don't know if you can be out in the mountains too long. I don't know if you can work too hard in your life. I don't know if you can open your eyes every single morning and expect to see something different, if that is something that'll get to you over time. All I know is today I've just gotten tired of the wind. Now, it may not sound like that's a problem, but the worst sort of problem is the problem you can't do anything about. So I'm always hearing the wind up here in the Sierra. I'm always feeling the wind up here in these mountains. And sometimes that wind is warm, and sometimes that wind is cold, and sometimes that wind is soft as your mother's hand moving against your cheek, and sometimes that wind is hard like my daddy, like Daniel's hand across me when I've crossed him. You never know what to expect from it, except there's one thing that you can expect from the wind here in this here range of light, and that is it never, never stops blowing. When you are above where even the trees got the confidence to stay rooted to the rocky soil itself. The wind never seems to stop at all. It's always moving. And you can hear it, and you can see it when you can't hear it. And you can feel it when something else around you don't feel it at all, because it's moving right there next to you. And it's moving right there, yonder, moving that one little branch, just a little bit, just to remind you that it's there, that it's everywhere. And sometimes it's this roaring sound. You can't help but hear it in the trees, and you think there's some huge wave of the sea moving over the mountains that's heading your way. It sounds just like that. Or a locomotive heading your way. And all the trees just seem like they want to just lie down and go beneath the notice of the sky itself. It's so many different shapes and so many different forms the wind can take in your mind as it shapes itself to the earth below. And I just got to the point where I would just like the wind to just shut up. I like the wind to stop talking. I like the wind to stop singing. I like the wind to stop moaning. It's got so much to complain about, so much to sing about, so much that's always on its mind. Does the wind have a mind? Is the wind just the air? Is it something else? I mean, I'm telling you, I've been out here too long to have a conversation with the wind. But it won't let me talk. I'm talking to you. But when I say something to the wind, it just grabs hold of every word spilling out of my mouth and takes it someplace else that I ain't never heard of. Maybe if you the wind in these mountains, maybe if you've tasted and touched everything alive and everything not alive, just the feel of that would always give you so much to share with everything else. Wind got plenty to talk about. And that's all it do up here is just talk and talk. But it sounds like whispers. And if you listen carefully, you can hear words in it. You can hear people in it. You can hear God in it. Sometimes it's great. It's wonderful to hear the words of God. I remember being in church when I was a little boy, and it was a wonderful thing, and I imagined I could hear God talking to me, Elise Bowman, talking to me. But when you're out in mountains that are too high to be respectable, and you hear the wind talking to you as if you were the only living thing on this earth, it can make you uncomfortable with what it got to say. Now, it'd be all right that when talking to angels, it'd be all right when talking to Creator. Talking to a bear, that's respectable. I can imagine that. But something as small as a man by himself, or with 2 or 3 other men by themselves on patrol at the edge of all of this, I don't know. Something in that can make you feel mighty low. And I've seen how some of these trees have been laid low by too much of that wind. And I'm wondering, how much of that breeze does it take to make a man fall down and never get back up? Oh yeah, I felt the wind up here, and it makes me a bit nervous. You know, I don't know if I should tell you this. This is, of course, Sergeant Elise Bowman again. I don't know if I should say anything about this at all, because I figure you expect me to say something about being a soldier in Yosemite and what the patrols were like and how the people reacted to seeing colored soldiers for the first time, how they reacted to being told what they could or couldn't do if the man telling them what to do or not do looked like me. You know, a young man, a boy in their eyes, a boy from South Carolina. I could tell you all sorts of different things, but I'm going to tell you something that I hadn't planned on talking about at all, and it has everything to do with the scent that was in the wind on a particular day in a meadow way up in the high country. This would have been a bit north and east of Rogers Lake. And the meadow was unexpected, just like much of what you find in Yosemite is expected and unexpected at the same time until you take it all in. And it was just funny. I had a hint that the meadow was there because the wind brought to me this scent. And the scent was sweet. And it was like, I don't know, it was like something that blew through a lot of sugar, you know, and it picked up all that sweetness. And you could taste it on the wind. And there was a buzzing in the air. And you could just hear the wings, all those little wings of the bees just buzzing around. And they seemed to be drunk on something. And I knew I was getting closer to what it was. And I rounded, you know, the bend of the trail. And I saw color. I saw light. I saw so many different colors of all these flowers, tall and short and purple and blue and yellow and red. And they all just filled this meadow, not just with light, but filled it with this scent, this mingled scent of all those flowers there. And it wouldn't have been anything unusual except as I sat there on my mule and I drank deep of what that meadow was given to the air, I realized what it was. You see, before we rode up to Yosemite, we were in San Francisco at the Presidio. And you're a soldier, you got to do what you're told to do, but you get a little bit of time on your own. And I met this woman. And this woman, the thing that stood out, still stands out in my mind about this woman was her sweetness. There was some perfume that she either put on or it came from her. And it was sweet. And it was something, only word I can think of, and mind me for saying this, I'm so sorry, but it was delicious. And I still, to this day, can close my eyes and take a deep breath of that woman and that perfume that I wasn't certain if it was something that, like I said, that she put on or something that got put on her or what, or if it was just her. But when I rounded that bend in that trail and got into that meadow, it was that woman. It was the same perfume of that woman. And, you know, I'm not going to share with you her name because that's private. I'm not going to share with you what she looked like because that's private. I'm not going to share with you what her voice was like when she spoke, the music it made in the air, because that's private too. And I'm sharing so much with you, but I got to keep something of this world all to myself. Don't we all got to keep something just to ourselves? But what I will share is this, is that when I closed my eyes, riding on that mule into that meadow, that woman was all around me. I could just sense her all around me, and I took deep breaths of her all around me. And when I inhaled and exhaled, it was all about her. I didn't want to open my eyes again, but you know, if you're riding a horse, and in particular you riding a mule, it's not advisable to keep your eyes closed. Horses can pick up on when the rider got his eyes closed, and they're all prone to give you a little bit of excitement. So I had to open my eyes, and when I did, Felt like I had died, and this was the next world right there, because it was the sweetest, most beautiful place. And it was alive with butterflies and bees and little hummingbirds flitting back and forth, drinking deep of the sweetness that I knew was sweet without ever doing anything to those flowers, without touching those flowers. The hummingbirds didn't have to tell me that there was sweetness like wine right there at my feet. But when I closed my eyes, I saw that woman that I thought I'd never see her again, and maybe I won't. But 200 miles away from San Francisco, this must have been the place where she was born, right here in this meadow. This must be the place that she called her home. This must be the place where her kin live. Because when I closed my eyes, she wasn't in San Francisco. She was right there, that perfume, right here. And I took a deep breath of her again on that day, on this day. And I wasn't in the Sierra no more. I wasn't in Yosemite no more. I was in the presence of that woman again. That woman who I hope one day to hold her hand and say, "How you doing, ma'am? It's been a long time. My name's Elise. We had a conversation a while ago. Don't you recall?" Oh yeah, that day will be as sweet as this one right here, this moment right here, 'cause she's here right now. I may be by myself, but I got something for company right here. Smell that. Oh yeah, San Francisco. You know, I don't know if anyone's out there, you can hear me, but I need your help. You see, this is kind of embarrassing to say, but I don't quite know where I am. All I can say is I'm somewhere up in Yosemite, up in the high country. I ain't too far from Bloody Canyon, as far as I can tell, but I'm not quite certain. This is embarrassing because, you know, the soldiers are here, the colored soldiers are here, to protect the park, to patrol the park. And it's easier to do that if you know where you are. But when we come up here, we had no idea where we were. We had no idea what a national park was. So it took us a bit of time to get our bearings and to find out what place we had arrived, what place had claimed us. And now I've been here since 1903, and here it is July of 1904, and I figure I know my way around Yosemite. But it's embarrassing to say, but right now I have no idea where I am. No idea at all, and this is what's particularly troubling. I got no idea where I am, but it's so beautiful where I am, I don't care that I don't know where I am. 'Cause my mule don't seem to be troubled by my disorientation. My mule seems to take it all for granted. There's a trail in front of it. There's a trail behind it. I guess it figures it always knows where its food is. It'll turn around and take us on back. But I'm thinking, right now, I ain't never been in this country before. I ain't never seen this part of Yosemite. It's all new. And when everything around you is all new, you are lost in a very deep and profound way. When everything is new, you are lost. But there's nothing that's negative about it. It's all a positive. It's all something good. And so I'm saying this, and you can't see me because I'm smiling as I say this. I am lost in Yosemite, and it's all right. Because part of the joy is figuring out how you're going to get back home and realizing you already there. You don't need to figure out how to get home. This is home. Maybe that's why I'm happy. I don't know. All I know is any other place but Yosemite, if I was lost, I'd be worried. I mean, I'd be sweating and my heart would be beating fast and I'd be thinking, am I going to get out of this alive? Am I going to survive? Because I'm lost. This is trouble. This is bad. And I'm a sergeant. The government don't pay a sergeant to get lost. But now all I'm thinking, because I'm lost, the lieutenant can't find me. Because I'm lost, the captain don't know where I am. Because I'm lost, I got an excuse to just look up and see the world around me and realize, God, that's right. God is right here with me. And if God is with you, it don't matter how lost you are, because something greater than you has found you and claimed you. And Yosemite has claimed me. So I'm lost. I'm disoriented somewhere in Yosemite. But that means I've been found. Ain't that something? I never considered you could be lost and you could be found on the same day, in the same moment. But that's what mountains, these mountains, will do to you. So don't come look for me. You know, I'm all right. Don't do anything to try to find me. It's all right. Yeah, I'm lost. Have no idea where I am. But it's all right. I hope I stay lost for at least the next 2 days. Or even 3. What could go wrong? I got food with me. I got a mule. I can get to where I'm going. Just don't know where that is right now. So I don't know how long it's going to be before I communicate with you again, because I have no idea where I am. And that's all right. This is Sergeant Bowman again. I got a question for you. You listening to me? You ever meet someone or met someone? Guess that's proper. Met someone who seemed to be running from themselves? Have you ever known anyone that was successful getting away from themselves? You know, I used to think that you can't escape from your troubles because your troubles will follow you. And when you're a cavalryman, you kind of figure out you better just go right in front of your trouble and just face it right down, because you're a soldier. You don't back away. You just go right up to it and say, well, what problem you got with me? So you can't run away from anything that's bothering you, because it'll sneak up behind you in the dark, grab hold of you, and then you're in trouble for real then. Especially on horseback. I particularly like riding hard sometimes when the terrain will allow and my horse feel good about it too. There's nothing more liberating than riding hard at a canter, especially if the place you're cantering through looks and feels like heaven. I'm talking about Yosemite. And it seems kind of strange when you are doing it at the time, because the wind is trying to blow my hat off. The wind is against your face, and there's all that dust being kicked up and kind of pepper in your face. And you're thinking, why should anyone be moving so quickly through something so beautiful? Beautiful places are saying, slow down. I look too good for you to be riding this hard through me. Slow down so you can take me all in. It should be against the law to move too fast in Yosemite, in Sequoia, in the Sierra Nevada. But sometimes it's like drinking alcohol too fast, drinking whiskey too fast. There's this burn in your throat. There's this fire in your gut, and it gets in your eyes and in your mind. And at the time, it feel all right. It feel all right. I'm not saying do it. I'm just telling you what it feels like. It feels like cantering on your horse in Yosemite. And your horse's nostrils are flaring wide to drink the wind. And its heart is beating hard. And the sound, that sound of every hoof hitting the ground, hitting it again and again. And you leaning forward. And you're just relaxed, not tight at all. You're just relaxed, like you're almost sleeping on that horse, hands gripping those reins, but you're loose inside and you're just moving with the horse. And your body and the body of the horse become one. You and the horse are the same thing, tasting the wind. What's wrong with that? Nothing at all. And sometimes I feel when I'm cantering on my horse that all those problems I had in South Carolina, all those problems I had being a boy in South Carolina, all those problems are in the dust being kicked up by the hooves of my horse. And they far back, yelling at me, calling at me, telling me to stop, telling me to slow down. But I'm gaining the distance, getting away. Getting clear of all those troubles. Wouldn't you want to get clear of all your troubles? All you got to do is get a fast horse and ride it hard through paradise. And all those troubles, all that darkness falls away. All those shadows are just too tired to climb up this high in these mountains. And you free. Because that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being free, and that's what it feels like to ride a horse hard. In Yosemite, you're free. The horse is, and you are, and the wind itself. Nothing is bound to anything else. Everything around you is just flying. You know, I want to tell you, this is Sergeant Bowman, but I got something interesting to tell you. At least I think it's interesting. I want to tell you about the first time I ever saw horses. Now, that may sound a bit strange considering I grew up, I grew up in South Carolina. I grew up with mules around me and a few horses. So you'd think growing up in a place where you see horses around you, you hear horses around you, you smell mules around you, you think growing up like that, with that, around that you would know what a horse is, what a mule is. And I thought I did when I was a little boy growing up in South Carolina. But it took me joining the Army, the U.S. Army, becoming a cavalryman, that led me on a path that took me to a place, to an experience I didn't think I'd ever have. I didn't even know it was there. You see, it was during the Indian Wars, the 1880s. And, well, we were on patrol in the Southwest in Arizona, not too far from Fort Huachuca, where we were garrisoned at the time. And there are these Indians that we were after, and I gotta admit, they were after us as well. And some of them got a few of us, and a few of us got some of them. That's how it works in war. And you're always kind of uneasy when you know there are people out there that you can't see, that you don't know, that are trying to kill you. Well, I was on patrol, and something happened. I can't remember what, but I got separated from my men. And I was moving my horse, not anyone else's. This horse knew me, and I knew that horse. And we were moving down this dry gully, and the country around us was red as blood, all that sandstone. And we're moving down, and I'm wondering, this is not a good place to be moving down this little gully, because I could tell water come down through here, and it come down with plenty of force. But it was not a cloud in the sky, and the sun was beating down, and it was hot, and my horse was sweating, and I was sweating, and I was tired, and I was scared. And being scared is a good thing to be when you're in a war, because you're awake when you're scared, and you're looking, and you're listening, and you're watching to see if something that you don't expect to be there is going to be there. And so, I was quiet as I was moving down through that gully. And I thought a shot was going to ring out, and I heard something above me, out of that gully, up over a ridge. And I started scrambling my way up over that ridge. And I was careful because I didn't know what was there. And then I heard a sound that I knew well. It was a sound of horse snakes. A sound that's deep in his throat. And I think you heard it too. And that sound was mirrored by another sound just like it, off a little bit away from it. And I moved up, got closer, and I peeked over that edge of all that sandstone, and I looked down, and right down there in this open flat space that was rock, but it was also grass, in the shade of the rock itself, there's a little bit of moisture, and there were horses there. But they were unlike any horse or horses I'd ever seen, because you see, those horses that I was looking at, they was called Mustangs. They were wild horses. And you see, I ain't never seen a truly wild horse before. All the horses I ever saw, all the mules I ever saw, all of those animals had been broken. They had a bit in their mouth. They had leather strapped around their heads. There were reins pulling them one way, reins pulling them the other. And all they knew was someone else that didn't know anything about them, telling them, showing them, making them feel what to do. If they wanted to move forward, we moved them forward. If we wanted them to stop, we stopped them. They had no decision making at all. The choices were made for them. It was kind of like being colored in the South. Plenty of choices are made for you. Someone else you ain't got control of you, and is telling you to stop, to move forward, to go to one side or the other, to lie down, to get up. Get up come sunrise. That force you can't even feel is telling you to get up. So I know what it's like to be a mule in South Carolina, to be a horse in Spartanburg. So when I'm looking at these Mustangs, I'm looking at these wild horses, I saw something I ain't ever seen before, because I remembered looking and thinking, that horse right there, there's this stallion in the center of it all. And that stallion in the center of it all, the color of the earth itself, I could just tell that that particular horse had never tasted metal in its mouth, had never felt the bite of leather around its neck. It had never felt a human being on top of him, and the weight of that on top of him, and what that weight actually meant. This horse, those horses were wild, and you could see it in their body, the way they held themselves. You could tell they were free. They were free in a way that I have no way, I can't tell you what that's like, because I never felt it myself. But I knew, looking at them, that they were truly free. And when I felt that in myself, in my bones, in my heart, and in my blood, and I looked at them and I said, well, this is freedom in front of me. This ain't a horse. These aren't horses. This is freedom itself, just standing there, grazing at that little dried out patch of grass. This is freedom in front of me, grazing off the earth itself. And when I looked at them and knew them for what they were, I remember I started crying, and I couldn't figure out, why am I crying? It's just a bunch of wild horses. But I cried because I saw in front of me something I didn't have. I couldn't go left or right when I wanted to. I mean, I could right now because I lost all the men I was riding with. But in my life, I couldn't do what they so easily were doing. They were quiet with the wind. They felt the sun on them. There's nothing between them and the sun and God Almighty. And when the wind blew, it just blew that horsehair moving back from their heads like water. It just moved back around them, and they were alive in a way I dream and still dream to this day of being that alive. Yeah, I'm telling you right now that right there in Arizona, right there and then was the first time in my life I had ever seen a horse. And I can tell you what happened after that. First, I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Indians down there, at least the Indians we were fighting. But I didn't expect to see freedom on the other side of that little ridge of sandstone, that bright red rock that looks like the bones of the earth itself. I didn't expect to find that. And I tell you right now, when you out in the mountains, when you out in the desert, you never know what you're going to find, and you never know what's there may find you and claim you for itself. Freedom found me on that day. I got a glimpse of it. I could see it. I could smell it. It was right there, so close. And I could touch it, but I knew it'd run off and I'd never be able to catch it. And I tell you right now, that's freedom. Freedom is wild horses who know you're there, but know they can get away from you whenever they want. And you never get the chance to get on top of freedom, put a bit in its mouth, pull it to one side, and start to canter away across that desert, across that dried, parched out something that ain't got a name, except if you speak an Indian tongue. Yeah, I'll never forget the first time I ever saw horses. How you doing? This is Sergeant Bowman. You know, I've talked quite a bit, but sometimes you can talk a lot and not say the thing you need to say. I've been talking to you about being here in Yosemite. You know, when I found out that, Yosemite is something new. It's something different. It's a national park. I didn't really know what that was until we got here. And in my mind, a national park is something so pretty you want to put it in your pocket. You want to take it home with you. But taking any bit of Yosemite home with you is illegal. And that's what the job was for the 9th Cavalry in Yosemite, beginning in 2003, but also this year right now, 1904, to keep people from taking pieces of Yosemite away. Now, you think you can't take granite away. You think you can't take a piece of Half Dome and put it in your saddle and just ride off with it. But folks got that in their mind. And sometimes little things add up to something much bigger. little pieces of things add up to something much greater. So you got to make certain that the whole idea of national parks, because it was an idea before it ever became something real in this world, you want to make certain the idea of national parks don't get carried off like dust gets carried off by the wind, or leaves in the fall get blown away and never come around again. So that is the job. So we had our headquarters down at Camp A.E. Wood near the South Fork of the Merced. Sounds something special, but it wasn't really. Just a bunch of tents and a few buildings here and there. That's about all there was to it. It's in that area that's pretty quiet called Wawona. And that was the headquarters. So that's where Captain Nance was. He was right there. But we had the job of going away from that Camp A.E. Wood out into the wild, out into the mountains, out to where there weren't very many people. And when there aren't very many people around you, you feel you have the freedom to do whatever you want. And a lot of folks felt that they could still do that even after Yosemite became a national park. Because they had all these people in Mariposa County who were used to, who were accustomed to, who felt right to come into the mountains and shoot the deer. They call them mule deer around here. They shoot the deer for food. And before it was a park, they'd come up into the mountains and they'd actually cut trees down for firewood. And that's all right, because man taking care of his family is all right. Providing food for his family is all right. Cutting trees down for firewood is all right. All of those things were all right until the park was set aside October 1st, 1890. Then all of a sudden, with a stroke of a pen from President Harrison, all those things that had been right were all wrong. And it was just our luck, Troop K's luck, 9th Cavalry luck, to show up in Yosemite and have to tell all those people that what they've been brought up to believe was right was now wrong. Now that ain't easy duty, to tell someone who feels they in their rights, to tell them they all wrong. But that's the job. And what that job meant was patrolling Yosemite. Now, Yosemite is about 1,500 square miles, all the way down to the South Fork of the Merced on the west side, all the way over to the east side, including Devil's Post Pile. That's something to see. But the Post Pile and the minarets, all of that is within Yosemite. And it goes far to the north and far to the south as well, for 1,500 square miles. And we had to patrol all of that. Not the valley, not that Yosemite Valley with all that granite. That belonged to the state of California. And not where all those big trees, which ain't big enough to describe what they are. They call them giant sequoia. Now they in that Mariposa Grove, just a few miles from our camp, Camp A.E. Wood. But we didn't have to patrol that either, because it belonged to the state of California. Yosemite National Park was everything but the Mariposa Grove and Yosemite Valley. And we had to patrol what's called the high country, that place that Mr. Muir always going on and on like a pastor before his congregation. And man sounds like a preacher to me. But that place that he sang about, that's the best way to put it when you're talking about Mr. Muir, that place he sang about was where we were and had to protect. And it was quiet. That's the best way to describe it. You know, it's not a sound. Silence ain't a sound when you're in wilderness. Silence is something you're moving your horse quietly through. And as quiet as you move your horse, still, there's something quieter in this world, and that is what wildness actually feels like, this stillness that comes from someplace so far away you think you'd never get there, but someplace so close you realize it's the silence between every beat of your heart. That's what it was like. And sometimes you're with 3 other men or 4 other men, maybe 5, and all you're doing is going from one isolated, remote patrol post out on that spine of granite, and you go into another patrol post, and that's maybe 15 or 20 miles away. Then you go to another post, and in every single one there's some sort of ramshackle cabin of some sort, or just a bunch of canvas between you and the night and that coldness. And inside that little tent or that cabin or whatever it is, there's a table. And on that table, there's a ledger. And in that ledger, you write down everything that happened to you on the way from that last patrol post to the one that you just found yourself. What your horse was like, what the horses were like, if one of them got injured, if one of them became lame, if there's a tree that had fallen over the trail, blown down by some wind last winter. Anything that you saw, anyone that you saw, you had to write it down. That man in that business suit who was riding that horse, who thought he was somebody, and he thought the soldiers in front of him who were just saying, "How you doing, sir? Fine day. Good morning, sir. How are you?" That's what we are like with everyone we meet. We're courteous in our speech and in our manner because we know where we're from. We know that in Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, if you a colored man and you're talking to a white man, if you are not courteous, respectful, you could find yourself in plenty of hot water. So even though we're soldiers, even though we're 9th Cavalry, we also have to know and remember who we are and where we are and the world that's around us. But that don't mean we get out of doing our job. If we run into a white man who's doing something wrong, our job is to tell him he's doing something wrong and to stop whatever it is he's doing. Now that ain't easy duty. It ain't easy for that white man who's used to looking at a colored man in a certain way, which means he's looking down on that colored man. And it's not easy for the colored soldier who's used to giving orders and having those orders listened to. So sometimes we have a little bit of explaining to do to these folks who don't quite understand the way of Yosemite. And the way of Yosemite is that there are colored soldiers here, and we are the ones enforcing the rules and regulations. And our officers are white, except for that Captain Young down there in Sequoia last year. But the officers in general are white. But it don't matter. White ain't the color the people need to pay heed to. The color ain't brown either or black. The color they need to pay heed to are the yellow of my stripes. That means I'm a sergeant, is the blue of that shirt that I'm wearing. That's the color they need to see. Or if they don't quite make that out, they need to see the color of that carbine I got wrapped around my shoulders, strapped on back. That's what they need to see. And when they see that, clearly they know who's in charge and who ain't. Well, that's the job. That's the duty. And it's a difficult duty. It's a hard duty, but it's a hard job in a beautiful place. And beauty ain't the best word to describe Yosemite. I think there's not a word to describe Yosemite. If I put it this way, if you didn't know that you were in a national park, you would think you got hit on the head and you had passed over to paradise. But the horse beneath you is a reminder that maybe God will allow horses. I think so. I think God will allow horses in heaven. I'm not quite certain if God will allow a mule into heaven. But some of the mules that I know, they could talk their way into it. They might be in heaven as well. Because you would think you've passed over entirely in the God's country. And that's what God's country actually means. It ain't just something he made. It's where he lives. And when you up there in the high country, that's what it feels like. That you expect it when you look down in some dark, deep ravine to one side and you see clouds moving beneath you. Well, if you see clouds moving beneath you and you on horseback riding above those clouds, well, if you're not in heaven, if you're not somewhere up in the sky itself, then where are you? No wonder it's called the high country. And that is medicine. Being above the clouds is medicine. Feeling that wind, that cold wind blowing off a glacier. Oh, that's medicine. Feeling the sky, not just above you, but around you, and seeing it actually kind of beneath you. Well, that's medicine too. And that medicine, that sweetness, takes away the bitterness of some of the people we run into and the bitterness that's left in the wake of that passage. So that's what Yosemite is. That's the duty. We find someone who don't put out their campfire. We got to put out that fire. That's the duty. We find someone who's shooting a deer, and that ain't allowed in Yosemite. That's called poaching. That's the duty. What they're doing is wrong, and we are here to make certain that what happens is right. Ain't an easy job. The job is a difficult job, but that bitterness has sweetness in it, and that sweetness is called Yosemite. And you know what? You got to have a little bit of bitter, and you got to have a little bit of sweet to know you're alive in this world. And Yosemite got both. And it lets you know from the time you get up in the morning till the time you go to sleep at night, it lets you know fully how deeply you've become part of this world. And that's something. This is Sergeant Elise Bowman again. You know, sometimes I get kind of tired of talking about myself. I find myself an interesting person to talk about. But sometimes, you know, the world is bigger than who you are, the other people that are out there in it. And I figure I should say something to you about someone that I really admire. I don't know him very well because he's an officer. And if you're an enlisted man, even if you're a sergeant, a non-commissioned officer, you only can know an officer so well. There's this kind of there's a space between you as an enlisted man and the officers under which you serve. And that space ain't as big as the Grand Canyon of the Tuolumne or Yosemite Valley, but that space is still there, and it's deep. And there's something cold moving at the bottom of it, and that coldness separates you from him. But still, even from that distance, you can appreciate when someone is doing something that is important and they've achieved something that's important. I'm talking about Captain Charles Young. Now, I don't serve and have not served under Captain Young because Captain Young, you know, he's with Troop I and Troop M down in Sequoia National Park. But I run into him almost literally. And the Logan. The Logan was the transport ship that took us from the Philippines, where we were engaged in the Philippine War. It took us from the Philippines back to the United States, back to San Francisco. And, you know, I told you, or I may have mentioned, I'm from South Carolina, and in South Carolina, you don't have very many opportunities to get on a big ship like that Logan, that U.S. Logan. And it don't agree with me. What I mean is being on a boat don't agree with me. What I'm saying is being in the ocean on a boat don't agree with me. Being on a boat in the ocean in a storm definitely did not agree with me. And so one evening, I was on the Logan and I was in a sorry shape. And I was leaning over the rail, and part of me was on that boat and part of me was going into the ocean itself. And I was just letting it all out because I tell you right now, I ain't a sailor. I'm a cavalryman. And so what the Army thinks that I'm going to be comfortable being in something that makes me think I'm a sailor. So I'm losing a bit of myself from time to time, and I'm just basically a mess. And I hear something behind me in the wind, because the wind is blowing, the ship is moving back and forth, and there's all that salt from all that water blowing in my face, and it's cold and warm at the same time, if you can figure that one out. And I hear footsteps, and I feel there's someone behind me, and I turn around, and there he is, Captain Charles Young. And he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and I just started smiling because I'd never been that close to him before. Because we all together, you know, Troop K, Troop L, Troop I, and M, they all all right there. This is 1902, late in the season, 02 in the fall, and Captain Young is right there in front of me. And I smiled and I extended my hand to him because I'm meeting a man. He's a legend in the 9th Cavalry. Captain Charles Young right there. So I extend my hand, say, "Hey, Captain Young, how are you, sir? I always wanted to meet you." And I extend my hand. And I noticed he didn't extend his. And I couldn't quite figure out at first why, because I was so excited to see him. And then I remembered I'd been getting sick up till that moment. And I'd been wiping what I was wiping away from my mouth every time I kind of heaved over that rail. And so when I extended my hand, he was just staring right at it. He's staring at me because some of it wasn't all over in the ocean, some of it on that rail. I mean, tell you, it was bad. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and I just said, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean no disrespect. I just happy to see you." And he just looked at me and he said, "Soldier, I'm sad to see that being out here in the ocean ain't agreeing with you, but I'm not going to take your hand right now. I want you to clean yourself up, get yourself in shape, because there's worse things in the world." That's what he said. There's worse things in the world than being on a boat. And if you a cavalryman, you know what I'm saying is true. So even though you sick, you got to take care of yourself. You got to clean yourself up, because you represent more than just yourself. You represent your troop and your regiment. And you cannot afford to have someone see you in such a sorry state, because people form an opinion about you every single moment you are alive in this world. They did it for me. They formed an opinion about me. They think they know me, and they haven't even met me. That's the world we both are part of. So you got to remember that no matter what, you got to look good. You got to be at your best. Do your best. This is what he was saying to me. And I'm sick, but he's saying to me that I could not afford to be ill. I could not afford to be a mess, because the world would judge me, would form an opinion of me. And that opinion would last for the rest of their lives. So he was saying to me that I had an opportunity to change people's minds, to change the minds of a lot of those white folk who look down on us. I have the opportunity for them to see me truly and to look up at me. That's right. You think that wouldn't happen, looking up at a soldier, looking up at a cavalryman. But if you are 9th Cavalry, 10th Cavalry, and you on that horse, white folks ain't got no choice if they walking but to look up at you. And you look down on them, but you look down with respect, and maybe they look up at you in the same way. That is what Captain Young was saying to me, that every moment is an opportunity to change someone's opinion, to challenge someone's opinion, and you got to be up for that job 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You got to be up for that job, because it ain't just you who could be a victim if you're not at your best. It's all your people. And he told me, he said, "Son, that's who you representing. You're not just representing the 9th Cavalry. You're not just representing the United States Army. You're not just representing the government of the United States. Something even higher, something even better than all that. You are representing your people. Don't ever forget that." That's what he said. And he walked away from me, and it looked like the way that ship was pitching back and forth, and the deck was awash with all that ocean water, didn't bother him at all. Like he was accustomed to having the earth moving around him, that he had no control over it, so that he just went with it, he just rolled with it. And that's why Captain Charles Young is Captain Charles Young. It was something. I even stopped getting sick for a bit. But once he disappeared from view, that wave came over me. Not just the wave of the sea, but the wave that was within me. Got two oceans to deal with. The one beneath me on the other side of that rail and all that darkness, and the one in my gut. And you know what? The ocean in my gut was the one I was worried about, and that caught up with me and took me away. But I still remember who I met on that night on the Logan. In the deepness of the Pacific Ocean itself, I met Captain Charles Young. I'll never forget that. Till the day I die, I'll remember that, and I'll remember what he told me. And I won't forget that either. Ain't that something? This is Sergeant Bowman, Troop K, 9th Regiment of Cavalry. I've talked about quite a few different things, and you've been listening, and you've been listening good. But I never explained what a buffalo soldier actually is. I didn't hear that word, that phrase, when I first enlisted. All I knew was I was a soldier in Troop K, 9th Regiment of Cavalry. It was during the Indian Wars that name come about, the name Buffalo Soldier. You see, these Plains Indians, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Kiowa, all these Plains Indians had never seen or rarely saw a colored man. And when you're fighting a colored man, and you up close, and he can see you and you can see him, well, a colored man saw someone not all that different from him, tribal people. And the colored man come from tribal people. And that Indian, that Cheyenne, that Plains Indian, when he looked and saw that colored man, he saw his hair on his head. And of course he was thinking about, I might want to remove that hair from his head. I might want to do that right now with that man in front of me who's trying to take my land away from me. And the colored man's not thinking he's stealing someone else's land. He's taking someone else's land. He's helping someone else that he don't even know remove the land from people who've been on it for so long. You can't separate the land from those people. He ain't thinking that. No one's thinking that. They both thinking, how do I survive the next second and not get myself killed? Well, that Indian, that Plains Indian, sees that the hair on these colored soldiers is just like the hair, that matted cushion between the horns of the buffalo. Now think about that. The buffalo is sacred to the Plains Indian. Everything that Indian needs comes from the buffalo. It's more than just an animal. It's more than just something with 4 hooves moving on some dusty plain. It's a church. It's a cathedral. It's something sacred. And yet, at the same time, it's like walking into a store. When you walk up to a bison, everything that you need is in that buffalo. Food is in that buffalo. Shelter is in that buffalo. It's more than just an animal. It's all of those things all wrapped up into something that's 2,000 pounds of trouble. So when you take away that buffalo, you're taking away more than what you can actually see in front of you, hear in front of you, smell in front of you. If you in the presence of that animal, you taking away someone's culture, someone's meaning about what life actually is. And no one ever explained that to me. I had no second lieutenant telling me what I was removing when I removed a buffalo from this world. But that's what I was taking away. So for those people, those Northern Plains people, for the Cheyenne, to actually look at a buffalo soldier and call him a buffalo soldier, and the name became one and the same. The 9th Cavalry, the 10th Cavalry became buffalo soldiers, and they gave us that name. The people who were trying to take away the buffalo, kill the buffalo, and kill the Plains Indian, those people, they call them buffalo soldiers. Now, growing up in South Carolina, growing up in Spartanburg, I got a lot of names that were called me. I've been called nigger. I've been called worse than nigger. But to think that someone gave me and my men, my troop, my regiment, a name that was based on something